Hello, hello everyone, and welcome as always to Ludo History. I'm Adam, and I am joined once again by Dr. Richard Cole from the University of Bristol. And we're going to be playing more Forgotten City is what that means. Which is great. This is probably going to be the last one. We're hoping to finish up the game today, but we've got a lot to do. Because, quick recap from last time, if you missed it, everyone's dead. This is the underworld. And the golden rule was put in place by Pluto. And now we're trying to figure out what's going on by finding 4 pieces of an obelisk that were stolen. One is Greek, one is Roman, one is Egyptian, and one is unknown but actually Babylonian. And that means we've got a lot of ground to cover. We've got a lot of historical ground to cover here. So it's going to be...
a few thousand years.
Yeah, you know, just a couple. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun time. But first off, I think we have to, like, lose an election. I think that's where we start. But yes.
I mean, isn't that where all Roman history starts?
True. Also, we want to see what's in that cistern. Yes, but in order to do that, we need to lose the election first to get ourselves more time. I'm sure that'll be fine. Nothing bad will happen. No. We have infinite time.
Nothing bad ever happens in system-like locations in video games.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, my expectation, right, is we need to talk to Octavia in order to figure out where the Christian shrine is in order to get the Roman thing. But in order for her to tell us, we may need to solve the, jumping off a cliff issue. Then we need
already solved. Think about saving.
Yeah, we got close, but we didn't solve it this loop. So we'll need to do that. Then we'll need to throw the gladiator in jail so that we can get into the cistern without anyone stopping us. And then we'll need to rig the election in favor of Galerius so that we can free Dooley in order to get the key to the upper cistern to do the thing. And I don't know where the last one is. But that's 3 out of 4. We're doing pretty good. So, yeah. What do you say we just hop straight in this time? And then see where we go from there.
Let's do it.
Hooray. And hopefully technology cooperates with us. Come on.
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the stone that always...
That was like the perfect introduction to the fact that we're all in the underworld.
Yes.
Hi, Sisyphus.
Hello.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place...
I love that she just, like, knew.
Souls.
And it was not subtle.
Not
except so that we weren't contextualized into it.
Yeah, I mean, she's actually quoting extracts, you'll say in a minute, but she's quoting extracts from the Metamorphoses, so there's...
It is true. I was
Yeah,
right.
and the kind of babbling old witch woman kind of character that she's embodying, sort of, I think it's easy to get sidetracked by that rather than the exact things that she's saying. So I thought I didn't catch it either until I realised,
Yes.
what they were, and then...
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again.
Processes that
Till I wasn't
truth.
sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic.
Hey.
I found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here.
There's
Is
something
that-
quite nice.
Is that what happened instead of, getting exiled to the Black Sea for dubious reasons and or spying on royalty?
Yeah, indeed.
Ovid's such an odd character.
Indeed. What I quite liked about what she was saying, though, and the fact that we didn't recognise it, is that the underworld typically...
Oh, bye. Apparently we ran out of time.
I ran out of time. It's the first time it's happened.
Yeah.
This playthrough. Have you even beaten Yeah, beaten.
Hello?
Scientists.
Hello, Sentius.
Died in a puff of smoke, I think.
Kaboom. Ouch. Unfortunate.
But what I quite like about Livia there is that, of course, in the underworld in Greek and Roman mythology is a place to discover hidden knowledge, right?
Yeah.
It's a space to discover something about the world that you couldn't otherwise discover except by going to the underworld / otherworld, as we talked about at the end of last session. And so she's kind of providing that to you without you even being aware of it, which I quite like as a sort of little nod to that.
Yes.
Oh, this is nice. So you haven't seen this bit yet.
Yeah.
You can get him to do some of the tasks. It's a clever way of reusing the loop.
Yeah.
Yulia? Oh no. Alright, I can do that. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new...
Oh, good. He just takes care of that half of the building for us.
It's a really nice little shortcut
Once
because
I'm done,
the problem with time loops could be that you have to do everything again and again and again, which in a film is not normally a problem because they tend to sort of show you a montage. But when it's a game, I quite like they took some of the sort of repetitiveness out of the game in order to let you explore each loop
Yeah.
deep way while also tying it to the plot. It was just a really nice little subtle gesture, which I thought actually helped the experience rather than made it feel frustrating.
Absolutely. And the other thing is that lets us prioritize getting over to, what's his name, as soon as possible without having to take extra step. Like, do extra things that might slow us down too much.
Yes, although I would, and here I think I can break the fact that I've been through some of the time loops ahead of you. You would need to wait until Galerius has actually had the chance to, because you can follow him through the city as he does those tasks. So I wouldn't go and interrupt
Him quite yet.
yes, until you know that Galerius has saved Yulia, otherwise
Things...
it's a waste of a time loop.
Fair. Ugh, there's not a good way to get from this side of town to that side of town. Okay. Lots of running then. It's fine. Right in the window. Nearly fall off to our deaths. And let's try that again.
And I think there's one other thing we can do on this run that we discovered in the temple last time, which was the cure for rheumatism.
Oh, yes. You're right.
I think
Just
that's a side quest you haven't
really
much
explored.
yet.
Yeah, I still don't know who needs it. Well,
Oh, there you go. That's the temple collapsing.
Places to be.
and there's Galerius fixing that. And now you're okay? Well, you're wiggling, so you're not okay.
A golden bow, just like Apollo. Feeling all right?
Sure.
You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. How is Nevia?
Not
She's a murdering psychopathic bitch.
not well.
Willow back. I should have
Yep.
known. It
Oh,
was
that's
under my
Rufius.
nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If this works, it should settle Rufius down some. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert disaster.
Yep. Thank you.
So there's a side quest related to this that you can trigger by going and talking
Thank
to
you. I'm really glad you arrived.
Virgil, who I don't think we've spoken to yet. No.
I don't think we have. Yeah.
Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo's.
Virgil's just down in the forum to your left.
Uh-huh. Sorry, in the forum. Over here?
To your right now.
That's
Just to the
Georgius.
left of, yeah, it's to the left of Georgius. He's the shop next to
Oh,
him.
gotcha. Him.
There he is. Yeah.
Well, Sinner. Yeah, I haven't talked to him at all, actually. What's your whole thing?
Ah, a new face. Salve. and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life.
He's German?
I'm glad you arrived when you did.
Yep, well picked up.
Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people.
About that.
Kind of thing. But
We may have just
you
used
probably
abused
don't
that.
want to hear about the
We
ingenious
absolutely want to hear about the ingenious architecture and mysterious history of this place.
You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking
Wow.
down on us.
Wait, they're actually like doing architectural archaeology
The most important temple in the city.
on the place that they live in.
Someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which
Nice little dropping facts there.
Yeah. One of the things I love about this game is that they actually do a really good job on like the making the educational bits of the game not be absurd.
No, they're so tied into their lives. I suppose that's what's beautiful about it. It's, you know, you're not trying. I suppose you could say you're trying to make a point, but you're not beating the player around the head with, you know, this is all the research we've done. Instead, it forms part of this dialogue that we have with the characters, that the characters have with each other, that the sort of story involves as well.
Yeah, and right, we also get to randomly say things like, "Hey, you know, this pop cultural. Didn't you copy this? The interpretatio gracia is a thing." So, right, hey, look, our cultural expectations.
So I love this sort of dialogue. It's a wonderful metaphor for thinking about this game, what it does with the reception of Greece and Rome, and I mean that in the long reception,
Yes.
not just, you know, the periods themselves, but sort of how we've received them since.
Could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before
Ah,
us.
a mood.
Stories they could tell. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining
So
arches.
Roman.
It's amazing.
Of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled
He's like
into
Vitruvius,
into a cistern
writ
inside the
large.
temple.
Yes.
Some
My
of it
aqueducts.
flows down into another cistern beneath the villas.
Uh-huh.
And the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake.
Okay.
And allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger.
So that's what it is. If you can get up onto the aqueduct, you can just leave.
But you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just
So this is a whole conversation that I never got to have with Virgil because I talked to him really early on. So actually, a lot of the stuff you discovered, they weren't dialogue options for me.
Yeah.
look. I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking.
Oh.
Somebody just
Hey,
has
look.
a problem with my preference for male company. Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility.
Uh-huh.
The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or
So
driven
that
away
would mean he's
to know
from the
cost
Rhine
of not
area?
keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly until
Aw.
living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid
Relevant
of.
Happy Pride
Needless
chat?
to say, since I'm now living
Indeed.
underground, halfway across the known world,
I don't know
with a secret
enough
name,
about
my openness didn't go down very
German
well
tribes
in
to know if they would have
Ireland
even
for the Batavi.
had this kind of reaction to
In any case, the Romans are far
Yeah.
accepting
anything other than
Judaism,
heterosexuality. I just don't know.
or at least I
It
thought
feels
that
very
was the
modern.
case. It seems I was wrong.
Obviously, in Rome, it wasn't an issue at all, or wasn't an issue
I have quite
unless
a
you made it
collection
an
of
issue or it
handwritten
became an
notes
issue
too.
politically.
The strange thing is,
If you became too
personal
Greek,
affairs to myself,
Exactly.
none
was-
of
it was
them
known as a sort of
interested in any
criticism,
of the
but-
men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's
Probably one of the
one those
cultists,
cultists.
which is to say Christians.
Strange bunch.
it's not the
They insist
not the worshippers of
there's only
Sebeli
one God.
castrating themselves.
He considers
Uh-huh.
nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly.
And we
burned
happen to
down
know that there is
Rome
exactly
last
one
year.
Christian person
They
here.
went into hiding. All I know is if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer.
Also, though, in this period,
What? Really? I didn't expect that.
Yeah,
it's,
you
it's
wondering
a bit
about-
odd because Christianity is,
I'm glad you arrived when you did.
we'll say, less than
Legends.
formalized.
After figuring out who the cultists are, or maybe ask around among the merchants here, someone who lives or works in the forum.
Really, you're talking about a sort of reception of
But if
the
you
early
find
Christianity
please don't hurt or humanize
crossover
them.
between Judaism
I
and
suspect they're
Christianity.
just confused.
Yeah. Okay, who are you going to vote for?
Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in
We actually need to pay attention to the election for the first time ever.
At least he has a vision. My vote isn't for sale, if that's what you're asking.
Alright.
So this is quite clever. The game allows you to sort of play out some of the politics of Roman elections.
Yes.
Of what votes for favours, votes for
Okay.
patronage, that kind of stuff.
Yep. Absolutely. So I need to talk to you. Actually, I want to talk to you first to nominate Galerius. I need to get Galerius in the running stat.
A new face, Arve, and may Vesta watch over you.
Oh, do make sure you talk to her about the Underworld thing again, because there is a brilliant reference that is not to be missed.
Okay. What's the status of the election?
It must be completed by dusk.
Uh-huh.
It'll be.
Uh-huh.
Why do you... I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws.
Uh-huh.
It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see
Ooh.
Galerius elected magistrate, you...
Ooh. That's tricky.
Certainly. I beg your pardon? Oh my. That is
Oh,
quite a lot to take in. I'll have to give you a moment.
Just telling someone, sorry, you're dead.
If that is indeed the
yep.
case,
I'm surprised.
suppose we'd better
She takes it
begin,
remarkably well, I'll be honest.
hadn't we? We don't have much to go on.
So she is a
So Hercules,
princess.
Hercules,
Uh-huh.
Sisyph, and
Yep.
finally, and so it seems you have to.
Okay.
May Fortuna.
And she just is like, yeah, what can I do? I don't know, do the thing. So I have to
There's
persuade...
another reference.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah, there's another reference, but I can't remember. You'll find it another way, I'm sure, talking to her.
Yeah. So yeah, like,
Isn't the great
it is
Roman
debated,
Chancellor-
chat, you are correct, how much, like, same-sex relationships were condemned by early Christians. Obviously, the epistles of Paul are, use Greek terms that are probably referring to various types of non-straight relationships, but, you know, first century Greek is not the easiest thing in the world to get the nuance of.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Oh yeah, you're being grumpy. Hello.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is that of yours?
I have something.
Willow bar. And this will work? Oh, thank God.
Perfect.
Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for.
God?
Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all.
God?
Thank you. feeling a lot of pain.
God singular. Hello.
Rheumatism. These cursed statues always marching in the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing in my head.
2 Christians.
This is exactly what I needed to set it straight again. I owe you one. No idea what you're talking about. All right. After this, we're square. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry, I lied.
Okay, man, the theater.
Never took care of
Right,
these
right.
days. Hidden to the caves behind the theater.
Okay.
Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key.
Uh-huh. Amazing. Thank you.
Can't get that from me. Meliodas.
Oh, we need to find his daughter.
Sentius.
We still also need to find Sentius'
His
daughter.
in a city without sin.
Yep, both very crucial to the plot progression.
No.
Yeah, right now we can't do any of that, so...
See you around.
And I have no idea where to start on that particular problem.
You can go get the Roman plaque quite easily.
Exactly.
now. This is nice actually. Again, beauty of games. I did it differently, just because of the order of things. So,
Exactly. And I love that it
Um,
lets
and-
you do it differently.
well, exactly, 'cause that was going to be my point. Is that obviously games, of course, let you do things differently. That's the whole point. But it depends very much on how well designed they are, and if you head up there, the beauty is that this game offered you multiple ways of getting each of the tablets, dependent on how many loops you'd done, the conversations you'd had. It requires a lot of careful planning, and it reminds me a little bit of Italo Calvino's writing, because he wrote some crazy plans for some of his intricate short stories and novellas and how they interrelated. And you have to think that, that early sort of fictional planning has in turn helped a lot with this sort of complex game planning when it's so narrative driven.
Hey look, Pluto, father of riches. Yoink, mine. And...
Fish.
Fish! An ichthus. And...
I like how
a
they really
graffiti.
get the early Christian history right here, that you don't have celebration of the cross yet. It's not a sort of venerated symbol, at least not widespread. These sort of symbols of the fish were the desecration of existing Greco-Roman sculptured statues was a thing. Yeah, I mean they're really paying quite careful attention here to.
It's great.
Obviously, some of the things feel familiar,
But they need to feel familiar,
Christianity
right?
and homosexuality. Exactly, yes, but it's that nice balance between the familiar and drawing on some of these slightly more, dare I say it, niche things, because unless someone's spent a lot of time looking at early Christianity, you wouldn't necessarily know that the iconography for Christianity changed hugely over the first few hundred years of its
Exactly.
time. So it's just really nice that when something chooses to set in a particular period, they pay attention to some of those details.
Yeah, and right, especially in this period of such dramatic, almost
Change.
like weekly change in Christianity, because right, we are in the 60s AD. We are before any of the major councils, and
They've been
Paul,
held, yeah.
right, Saint Paul I think was just recently executed, right?
Yeah, we don't even have most of the Bible yet. No, the New Testament.
Yeah.
Um,
So we have Acts, we have the epistles are in the process of being compiled, and like the Book of Luke has probably not been composed yet. So
No, exactly. And what's quite interesting is the game focuses very much on the mythology of Greece and Rome, and what obviously the Christians eventually termed the sort of pagan gods.
yeah,
Rightly so, in the sense that it takes another 300 years until sort of the mid 4th century for Christians to start trying to ascertain the relationship between God philosophically and earlier gods, how that all works. So it's really quite nice to not have God centered here, but for it to be a part of that milieu.
I'm Octavia.
Yes.
Welcome to life under the golden
Now, how
rule.
am I going to actually...
I'm pretty
It's
good
good,
at that.
in a sense.
Actually,
You're not
like,
on edge. You've not been paying attention.
gonna
It's,
fix
once you've been here
this?
a few months, it's,
Because,
well,
yeah.
slightly less terrifying anyway. We've all been where you are now.
Uh-huh.
I remember when I first arrived. I used to lay awake at night contemplating
Yep.
the big questions. Why am I here? Is there a way out? What is the
Yeah, this dude, like, we are like 200 years before, like, the Council of Nicaea, where, right, the Coptic, Monophysite,
I don't think anybody
like, the whole Monophysite versus Diphysite question gets
Oh, yeah, it's like
resolved.
250 years or so, yeah.
Yeah, so we are like,
early 4th century.
we are way before Gnostic movements start being a big thing. Long before, Saint Arius? Or, yeah.
We're talking,
And, like,
Yeah,
Arianism
over
is
50
centuries
years.
out. So, yeah, we are in extremely, extremely early Christianity, where it's basically Judaism plus some letters.
yeah, but also a really wide variety of interpretations. I mean, Arius, later on, as you
Here,
rightly
in
mentioned,
this
is a really
place,
key figure, but he only
magistrate has
draws on
laid
what
my feet by
was
cleaning
preceding
and pruning
him.
the gardens. It's not
Yeah.
quite how I expected my life to go. I used to live in a lovely
Mhm.
villa on the
Okay, we've
coast,
actually heard this before.
but long hours of
Let's talk about something
city
else.
life. Please keep that.
Yep.
There was a terrible
Yep,
flood.
okay.
Oh, thank.
Okay, I need to talk to
All
Ulpius.
right, well.
I can't believe this is how it
I need to talk to Ulpius.
Oh no.
The-
P.S. What are you doing?
I still don't know what dialogue choices will
You
actually
lose your balance.
solve this, because I haven't interacted with him literally any other time.
Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life?
I know. Please,
I'm sorry, but
please help
Mhm.
him. Thank you.
Is this what Scintilla would want?
Hmm.
That works. Maybe. This is new, at least.
you know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want it all to be over. It's too late for that.
And now we're to this one, and we've solved
Julia and
that.
I made a pact, and she's already
Weirdly,
said
last
not
cycle,
to
despite
storm.
already knowing
If
that,
back
I
down
didn't
now,
have
I'd
that
be
option.
betraying her.
You didn't have the Scintilla option because you actually discovered it in in Malleolus's mansion after you jumped in after him. It's subtle, but that's what unlocks that option.
Really? That changes things
That's
a little.
really subtle.
But we're still in debt bondage to that monster.
Oh, I have 2,000 denarii easy. Don't even worry
Unless
about
you
that.
happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
Actually, I do.
Really? Wait.
No, I want you to just vote for
I
Galerius.
guess
Don't.
you'd want me to work for you then. You'd
Sure, why
work for
not?
us.
Yeah, sure.
Morally
Couple of
repugnant
complete
option.
strangers. It seems today we're both blessed.
Now,
This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts.
and that is
immediately.
hopefully one of the
I just wish
last
there was
things.
some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again. Friend.
Okay.
I'll never forget what you did for us.
This gets expensive if I'm not careful. Is this the Roman side? Yes.
Hey,
Yay.
that's the 3.
Okay, so there's things one.
I would recommend taking a dive.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure that would be totally fine and not break my face. So that's thing one. How do I get Malleolus?
That's the thing. You do need to go back into his villa.
Yeah. I will need to get there eventually, but there is also a thing with the bow I want to do first. Because I know that there's a shiny over here, and if I can...
Ah, yes, you remember the
there's
shiny.
there's some cash over here. If I can remember how to bow. That's not helpful. That's also not helpful, though it is nice. Yes, please. Historical oh, that's horrible. These are all terrible. Thank you. Thank you.
One of the
I don't have...
pixelated one.
Cool. Bow? Where's Bow?
It's however you get the flashlight out.
There it is. Yoink. Actually, what is my... Yep, that's still not the button I want. I don't remember what any of these buttons are. Inventory. Oh, I still have 2,800 denarii. That's fine. That's totally fine. I do, however, want to go down, because I need a lead on, firstly, where Scintilla is, and second, on how to make Malleolus withdraw. The note, I might be able to blackmail him. Only in video games. Only in video games. Because I have the note that says that he's a cultist. And that he's operating under a fake name. The question is, would that be enough to disqualify him?
It's a good question. You're definitely onto a good starting point.
What's actually in that? Inventory, goose eggs, letter from Sentius, bounty notice. Arsonist, he's a wanted criminal. That would disqualify him. The question is, right? Can I blackmail him into giving up, or do I give that to Sentius and have him get arrested?
Salve.
Oh yeah, Yulia. Now that you're like alive and okay, do you have anything new?
Sorry. Was there something?
Nope. Okay.
Alright.
Goodbye. And you took care of your things, so that's fine. I wonder if you're also the one who's doing the graffiti. Do you have any other details?
You again.
Nope. Okay.
See you around.
Okay.
I mean, it's a good hunch.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying a crisis of faith. And well, there aren't that many characters who might be Christian. We haven't talked to Georgius much.
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Yes.
Greetings. I'm
Uh-huh.
George. My friend, your words intrigue.
Uh-huh.
And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me because I am Greek.
I think you need to ask about Virgil as well. That's
Yes.
the way of finding out.
My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter.
A very Greek attitude to Roman religion. Also a very modern attitude to Roman religion.
Flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman. Plus, I can never care left to pull. But my point is this: if you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further.
What an excellent joke.
Make you sick.
It's brilliant.
From a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dooley. He cannot help it. Like a typical
So he thinks Dooley did it. Dooley says he didn't do it.
that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy.
No.
So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the
Okay.
Roman meeting.
Okay, who are you voting
That,
for?
my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection,
Mhm.
I'm leaning toward voting for Malleolus. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way.
Fair.
Nothing comes to my mind, my friend.
If we threw Domitius in jail.
This is troubling, is it not? I am afraid I have no idea. It is ridiculous, though.
I still think we should throw him in jail.
But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti
Okay.
on the shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask
Fabia is the one who nearly threw herself into the breaking
That's the
thing.
one. Should be right opposite.
Yeah. Not you. I hate you. You're annoying. She's the baker, right?
Yeah.
There you are. Hello.
Salve and welcome. Need something?
Yep.
Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this will help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside.
Mm-hmm.
The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour,
Mhm.
so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again.
Mm-hmm.
So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too dark.
Mhm.
I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word. All I remember is they ran past a lit torch.
Hey, look.
And the light glinted off something metallic.
There we go. Now we can go back and talk to
I
Rufius
suppose
again.
it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helps. Alright. Thanks again.
Now, I didn't take care of your problem this loop. Galerius took care of your problem this loop. Alright, you.
Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it?
Uh-huh.
Long story.
Are you well, stranger? Have you been out in the sun too long? You seem a little confused. Perhaps you should go and see Lucretia in a clinic.
Yeah, that's fair.
Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his
Yep.
daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us?
Wait for it though.
Not going to happen.
Oh, it didn't say it this time.
Another time.
Sad.
How hazard a guess whose vote out of all these people would be for sale?
Exactly.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
Mm-hmm.
Hope so. Galerius,
Oh.
what happens when you
Oh
die?
no.
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
You're already dead.
Sorry to break it to you.
When
I have horrible news.
a ferryman helps you cross a river, and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yes, but
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished?
I mean, that's a
forever
pretty
and ever
Christian
in
interpretation of
something
Roman underworld.
like that, but
If
Yep.
I die and go to Tartarus because they say I've been bad.
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Thank you, Galerius. Thank you.
Now, I have more work to do, but I'll visit you again soon, alright?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Punishment
Galerius.
in Greco-Roman
See you then.
mythology is much less about sin and much more about hubris
Sorry again,
or
friend. I went there
cheating the
once
gods
last
somehow.
attempt.
Yeah.
It worked.
Yeah.
How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know
Don't ask that.
what's about to happen?
Don't ask that, Galerius.
Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. Between us, I promise.
Alright, alright.
You're toying with me, right?
Yeah.
Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known.
Yeah.
You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
I like that you as a player
King,
is
a long time ago,
modelled on
dared
the
to
whole
lead
time
a
loop
smart
thing is
cross
modelled onto
terrible punishment.
this kind of sense of punishment, which again, like I said, wasn't about sin, but the punishment
Only
was about
top.
action you took, and you were punished eternally for it.
Forcing him to
Yes.
start over and over and over again for all eternity. Just like
Okay,
you.
Galerius.
Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing
Hey,
people
look at
who
that.
try to do the same
That's again now why I
futile
like the
task over
time
and
loop in
over.
this game, because time really did
Tantalus was
play
made to grasp
a really
fruit
key
like tree
feature
you
in
could never quite reach.
Yeah.
Pelides had
the
a
logical
perfect
conceptions
water in
of
his sieve.
justice
Oh,
and
and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going
rightness and
round
wrongness,
round
and
forever.
how that the Greco-Roman
On the bright
structured
side,
that
at least you're not stuck in the underworld like
part
they all
of
were.
their sort of mythic landscape.
Yeah, at least there's that.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this
Sure.
position, friend.
We're not in the underworld.
Sounds
Yep.
right to me.
Yep.
So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you.
Alright, Galerius, there's one really important thing that you can do to help me.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I
Oh.
know when I'm not wanted.
Gary-like convenience, but also we love you, so no. Hey, Dooley.
Hello?
Dooley? Oh yeah, he's got the plaque right there.
Have we met before? Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It
Aw.
makes me happy just looking at it.
Aw.
But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad. Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore, because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too. Galerius already tried that. Like, Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque, and everyone will be happy.
Perfect.
My friend Hannibal used to look. He said he gave me this key. All I now nobody look.
Okay.
Bye bye.
So there's that. Ugh, we're already losing so much time.
Need a shortcut, I can.
Yeah. I mean, we're not gonna finish all of this cycle anyway. Right, we've made progress already. And hopefully...
Malleolus's villa.
Yeah, I think that is the next place to go anyway. Which is down, not up. And I have the key, so I can just walk in.
Exactly, yeah.
Hopefully Domitius doesn't try and stop me. Watch Malleolus have kidnapped Scintilla or something. That's exactly the kind of shady thing he'd do. Oh good, and Domitius doesn't stop me. So I can just, you know, leave. And there's someone crying upstairs.
Yeah,
Who's crying upstairs?
That.
That's not here. That's here to go upstairs. No. Yes. Stairs are hard. Knock knock. Hello. Oh, I just have the key.
I'm not
Your character.
supposed to be in here.
Hello. Can we talk?
Talk. What business could you possibly have with me?
Why are you...
floor
My
lamp in the
marital
background.
affairs are no concern of yours. Thank you very much.
Alright, fair enough.
I think a better question is, why am I being interrogated by a stranger who just barged into my villa? I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I'm receiving strange men in private.
Alright, alright.
I think it's about to be broken if you don't hurry up and leave.
Well, we ruined that.
Finally! This is outrageous.
Yes, it is. Your problem being? Just want to read this. That's written in Greek. Well, that did not help. That did not help. I made it in and then immediately ruined everything.
Oh, I think you just need to have
a chat with Malleolus.
Malleolus first.
Yes, sir.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute.
Yes.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gerdus. You seem to have confused me with someone else. You mean my heterochromia?
Yep.
I am guilty of nothing more than having different coloured eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
Definite delusions of grandeur there.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions.
I mean, that's an option.
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted? Are you insane?
I can turn you into gold if you don't.
Uninvited, and then make outrageous demands?
Yep.
Why would I withdraw from an election I'm bound to win?
Because I'll kill you if you don't. You can actually make that a line. But unfortunately, I don't think that works. Because he'll be like, yeah. Oh wait, no, he doesn't believe in the golden rule. He doesn't believe in it. And I have a weapon.
But... Oh.
The many shall suffer.
Alternatively, it throws for content. Let's go. So, interestingly, it's interesting that bluffing causes that.
It's to promise you're basically admitting to murder in a kind of predestination.
Yeah, but that's weird because lying to get someone killed, but right, lying and saying you're not going to kill someone when you are doing things that will get them killed. It breaks the golden rule. But lying and saying you're not going to kill someone while doing things that get them killed does not break the golden rule.
Yeah, so there is a lot of grey in how this rule seems to be interpreted.
I can't tell if it's grey is the right word or sheer inconsistency.
That's a very good point.
Go.
Julia. Oh no.
Uh-huh.
Alright, let me...
Just do literally everything.
How did you...
Alright.
I'll go.
So, the trick is... So that takes care of everything. So far. Hello, who
So
are
you've
you?
got a free run at getting this right.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't afford to do that again.
Oh, you're here. And I hope there's a light in your eye.
Don't waste your breath, I know you're a horrible person. Uh-huh.
What was that? Some kind of joke? Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least...
Smooth talker.
So, what brings you to my tavern?
Perhaps.
Not for a few weeks now. Ixia, last time I saw him, he was sitting at a table with Georgius, whispering about some job.
Okay.
I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want anyone else to know. So, naturally, I hovered. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then...
So I need to talk to Georgius.
Kabash just disappeared. Coincidence? I think not. Certainly, for 10 denarii.
Alright.
Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair.
10 is still cheap when I have 800.
Snapped. This place has that effect on people.
I'll need to run around and gather some more
Now,
coins soon.
She just stands around, caked in filth.
Yeah. That's not useful. Alright.
Alright.
Well, she was useless, sort of. You still block the door. There was one over by... There was an old chest over by...
You actually go back a second.
Oh yeah, there's one
close
over
to
here,
one
isn't there?
there.
Is it just in here?
Betty. No, better if you head to the houses. To the other side of the columns.
I have extremely poor memory of this place. Oh yeah, there's something over here. Hey!
Butterfly.
Hey, look at that. What are you doing
Sex
here?
butterfly.
What are you doing, suspicious looking butterflies? Oh, careful, careful. Hey, there's another 1,000 denarii. See? That's helpful. Just put that away. I'm sure that's... There's Dooley again. Again. Everyone's fine, everyone's fine. Georgios, I want to hear about...
A fellow traveler.
I want to hear about Chavash.
I knew this day would come. I do not wish to lie to you, my friend, but even discussing this matter is dangerous.
Uh-huh.
Please, let us leave the live coals safely beneath the ice.
Unfortunately...
Very well.
Unfortunately, I cannot do that. We are full on into plot.
I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of my ancestors in the temple of Demeter. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest. And yet the next day, when I return, the food is missing. So I ask, who or what is devouring the food
In the Temple of Demeter.
Stranger still. Once
I love that this isn't sacrilege and doesn't break the golden rule.
Oh yes.
to see if I could spot a thief going
Stealing things from the gods in this temple with a golden statue.
Nothing. Nobody entered. And yet when I went to take a look, my offering was gone. It is bizarre, is it not? When I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. He went in.
In the Temple of Demeter.
He was never seen again. It is the only Greek temple in the city.
Alright.
Towards the baths, and it is the last building on your right. I do not think you should pursue this, my friend.
No, I want to meet Chavash.
Responsible for two people disappearing. But you do not strike me as a kind of person to be deterred by such warnings. So just be careful, I beg you.
Okay. Towards the bath, last one on the right. Hey look, it's the, you know, suspiciously Parthenon looking one.
Very Doric temple.
Exactly. In here. Collapse stuff, collapse stuff. Well. Tunnels beneath the city, check. Gib Egypt content. Exactly. Oof, the lighting just changed. Pretty clear. We are in a vastly... Okay, we are in a vastly immediately... Right, the light changed and our material culture just like hard swapped.
It's changed as well, yeah.
Right, because they're like, oh yeah, look at this aggressively Greek lyre and these aggressively Greek statue fragments.
Yep.
And right, there was some Greek stuff around, but it was like the things that we know were commonly imported, like the black and red figure vases.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, and also it looks like it's the
contrast.
same statue except that they, you know, like roughed it up a bit in the asset.
Give it a kind of Spartan helmet, yeah. The contrast of the statues is very, that's a S shape.
Yes.
Greek statues is very pronounced on the ruins. It's also interesting, it feels like you're going into kind of the basement of the museum.
It does a little bit, doesn't it? Though, this is a very large basement. Achievement unlocked, Archaeologist. Well, fair enough. Hello.
Come and join me by the fire.
Sure.
Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name? It's a sincere pleasure to meet you.
Uh-huh.
Tell me, what brings you
I got no.
down?
Your name first.
Ah, yes. Cursed thing.
Uh-huh.
I know exactly where it is. I will tell you everything I know. But first, a
Yo.
request. I've
Love
been
this.
living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else.
Oh no.
You can guess what's coming.
Heck.
Somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question.
Oh.
Have you deduced the name of the god?
That's not, but think about how all Socratic dialogues start.
Exactly.
Simple enough.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over.
Uh-huh.
Now, will you join me in a
Oh,
friendly
I already have. If I have to.
enough for me. Now,
Ah.
let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. Probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was accepted.
This is full on. Yep.
Mistakes rarely had consequences.
I mean, I'm proud of it.
So we would tell lies and bend.
It's nice that it turns, like, because all of these are sort of boss level battles, but through dialogue, and I love that it makes the Socratic dialogue one of those.
Yes.
But under the golden rule, morality matters.
Well, no, it doesn't.
Slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question.
Although it literally gives you the limited answers that people under Socratic dialogue actually have.
Exactly.
One system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always.
The kind of Stoic philosophy, sort of ostensibly offered such a system.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system?
Mhm.
So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean? to
Yeah,
us?
but Kant's a horrible person, so this we would not agree with Kant that when Kant says yes. So it's up to each of us to decide what is wrong. Simply follow the laws and customs of. Yeah, I don't like either of those. Right, big.
You change your answer.
Yeah, the problem is, I also don't think that there is a universal morality. Right. I don't think a universal morality is the answer, because clearly not. Because I'm hard pressed to say that, the universal morality applies when someone like Malleolus is able to, bend the rules so thoroughly and not be punished for it. Right, so the golden rule clearly is not a universal morality, because it is limited.
Even if it is attempting to be one.
Exactly. And yet at the same time, right, the answer is also not everyone goes on their own, because
Just relativism. Yeah.
that results in someone like Malleolus going oh yeah, I can just stab people and that's fine. Right, that's not better. So I think this is the best option, but also, right, the odd thing here is that the very first thing we did in the game was have the tutorial where Sentius introduced us to Romanitas, and we were like, wait, but what about XYZ things?
Mm.
Right.
Good. Never discourage anyone who continually makes progress. Would you say you are an but if you struggle, well, that's reassuring. You see, so we, but under the, so to now.
This is clearly the right question, right? Because that matters.
Is an excellent question. So let me up.
There's more
How
than
can that
one.
be? Since they all have differences, it follows that in some cases they would offer different conclusions about what is right
Yes.
and wrong. If there is a correct moral code, then wouldn't it follow that only one can be the correct one?
No. Okay, this leads us into the same point.
You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus.
Okay, well at least this is forward. This is at least failing forward.
Lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, what would it take for you to eat your dead? Aghast, they replied, nothing. Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, what would it take for you to burn your dead? Nothing, they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king. That right and wrong are merely local ideas, which do not survive the journey from one tribe to another.
Oh boy.
I take it you're in agreement?
Sort of.
Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other...
And now you push it ad absurdum, and here we are again.
...made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct?
I mean, we could just say yes. Just go, this is fine.
Where Socrates ties you in knots.
Exactly, right? I feel like it wants you to go this way to get further into the weeds of Socratic dialogue, but also this is a chat answer and we're totally gonna go with it.
Disturbing. And while I do not agree with you, at least you would have the support of Herodotus.
Uh-huh.
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
But this is interesting because, you know, like I said, there are Greek systems of thought that very much were designed to answer these questions and genuinely believe they had the answers. So
yes,
I like again that they're using a Greek philosophical method of debate in order to ascertain the moral problem of this world. But in so doing, they sort of avoid the fact that certain systems of thought had said they had the answers.
yes. Hey, look at that. Yes.
Again, like the Stoics actually attempted to.
It is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them.
Thank you, Socrates.
And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever...
Oh, of course, you know, there's also the utopia of the Republic that Plato attempted to create, which is, again, a very twisted view of a utopia.
Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs.
So who is this guy supposed to be?
And life under tyranny.
It's an interesting one. The philosopher. And against tyranny though, as well, because it's very appropriate for the
Also,
Greek segment of the.
Also, I agree with that statement. Sure, why not?
I'm talking a lot. Forgive me. I'm just excited to have company. In any case,
hey, we made it through.
I will be happy to answer your question.
Thank you, philosopher.
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company?
We made it through. This is fine.
Story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies. So I could argue more forcefully.
God.
Back then, I used to enjoy
this guy.
with everyone I could. and I was good.
I feel like he and Cicero would get along a little too well.
In an argument with a drunken mercenary.
That's it, yeah. I mean, it's interesting because he's definitely embodying more of the Greek than the Roman, and while Cicero receives, you know, a lot through tradition, he definitely feels far more on the Roman camp than this guy does, at least in the dialogues that we have with him.
Yeah.
I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule.
Yep.
So I began looking for a place to hide underground.
Yep.
Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Great.
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of
Interesting.
us at the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed.
So where do the underworld...
Some from malnutrition,
Where,
others from
when people die in the underworld, where do they go?
It has
That is the question.
before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago. I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
Uh-huh.
Living in darkness is not without its challenges.
Well, fish.
The challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine arguments where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner.
Okay.
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again.
Okay. And I'm not going to be dumb enough to ask the Greek person from ancient Greece
As you
why he's saying Hades and not Pluto.
You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile.
Yes.
To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know.
Okay.
Very few know this, but before the Romans came to the city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpine. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you see. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions.
Sure.
You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined.
Philosophy of history
It's
time.
best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail.
Yes.
There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
Thank you. Yoink.
Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, toying. Ha. I enjoyed our chat, but please keep my presence here a secret. Yes.
Awesome. So. That's where I came in from. Go up this way. Go up this way. Hello. Don't fall off, don't fall off, don't fall off, and we're good. Oh, wait, I'm actually supposed to keep going down instead? Okay, but what's this way instead? I'm curious. There's like an entire other level. Oh, that puts me just here again.
It's a little bit of a circle.
Thank you, circles. Whee. Oh, well, I missed. Okay then. Through the key. And... the older tunnel. I think I may need this. I have a hunch.
I only got the sort of eerie feel of the sort of columbaria, which was a sort of Roman mausoleum built into caverns underground. Very sort of got the vibe for it right there.
Yeah. Oh, hey, look. More people. What's that? A vase full of arrows? That almost makes it sound like I need arrows. Also, if there are things down here... Hey, look, it's Senate. Wait, we reconstructed pretty good rules for them, though.
I like that they, it's not just sculpture, it's sculpture, pottery, games.
Yeah.
Use a lot of material culture in this game to evoke the different eras. I mean, we're going to get into the philosophy of it, I think, a little bit more as this part of the game progresses, because it's quite a crucial
yeah
plot. But it's a really... I do like how there's a concerted effort to use material culture holistically to think about evoking eras, whereas when you think about how Greco-Roman culture tends to feature in other games, it tends to be in kind of little but well-known snippets, if that, kind of highly generalized. But here it's very particular and used, you know, very clearly to denote specific era.
Also, called it. Absolutely called it. Heck, there's another one. Wasn't it a hit? Oh, that went way wide.
Okay, they get caught on the physics of things.
Oh,
Take a photo of your death.
Hello. Hello, mummy.
That's like the best time ever. The golden statue, more a golden mummy.
Oh, that was your hand. Excuse me. Rude. Making me waste an arrow because you use your hand to block your thing.
Do you think they left the ability to kick the statues afterwards, not just as a plot, as a mechanic?
Oh,
So
absolutely.
statues, but so that you could get angry at the fact they almost killed you.
Absolutely. 100% chance. It's very cathartic. An Egyptian plaque. Many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Again. Anubis, hello.
Yep.
Hello, Anubis. Goodbye, Anubis. Are they saying that Hades is Anubis? That would be weird. I would assume they would say he's Osiris.
Yeah, wait for it. They go on to explain that in more detail. Because he played Dark Souls enough.
Oh, absolutely. I'm no fool. They have bad vertical navigation. And some of them wiggle. So. It's pretty easy to tell who's who. I think I've cleared out this room, though. I don't think there's anything all that important here besides the fact that the houses exist.
They should have got the mud brick.
Yeah, and they just close. So, we just have a bunch of vases of the very, very traditional style. I mean, it is lovely, a lovely amalgamation of Egyptian cultures. The thing that's always tricky here, though, is of course Egypt was around for so long.
Yeah,
that it's like it's a bit tricky to say that there is Egyptian culture.
Exactly, and I suppose this is, like I said, I really like they use material culture to symbolise an era, because with the dates they've chose for Rome, you really can. You can use the Pompeian art style from that period. You could use the material culture. You could sort of echo the political culture. There's a lot of richness there. It gets much harder to do this the more the game decides to explore these layers of history that underpin the underworld that they're depicting here, because by necessity things have to be quite simple and linear. Of course history is not that at all. But I think the game gets around that in a nice way nearer the end, so we'll see what you think when we get to that stage.
Yeah, I'll be curious. And hopefully our resident Egyptologist Peter says the plaque is Middle Egyptian, so it's either Middle Kingdom, Second Intermediate Period, or very early New Kingdom.
That's interesting. I didn't know, so it's good to.
Hopefully that's identifiable as Middle Egyptian.
Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors. Trousers, boots, curious hair. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it and restore.
They're saying he's Osiris. Okay.
Yeah.
This makes sense.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was.
It was quite convenient that I watched Moon Knight right before playing this game.
Yeah.
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know
Archaeologist insight time.
Indeed.
Yes.
There you go.
Archaeologist insight. This is the way. This is the way.
See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is what I have learned.
Yeah.
As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways...
Now, there's a long and glorious tradition of, Ptolemaic mummification burials.
Yeah, exactly.
The true god of the underworld.
So it kind of has to ignore a lot of that.
And replacing it with Hades.
Yes.
Even the ferryman of the dead.
Who is, I believe, the one directly above Kabash there, as I assume.
But then what what's interesting is a lot of the game, we've said about this before, is kind of also about modern comparisons and bringing the modern into it.
Yes.
Well, you can read a lot of what he's saying here is cultural appropriation, right? That there's
Yes.
that is a problematic aspect of our culture today at times. It is something relevant to discuss and investigate. And you could argue that they're sort of using that as a contemporary framework to think about how different cultures may have felt about how other cultures adopted their ways. I don't think it's anywhere near as neat as that. I don't even think we could use that framework because just take the Roman, like Aquasulis, Minerva in Bath, Roman Bath, it's always about syncretism often more than not. I mean, if anything, the only time that it gets really kind of bludgeoned is during the later Christian eras where, there is actually genuinely religious fighting.
Hell, I mean, I would go even farther than, Minerva Sulis, Isis. Isis has a gargantuan cult in York.
Exactly, but I suppose that was going to be my next example, but that's a moment where it's not syncretism, but actually active adoption of mystery cults from other cultures, precisely because they were from other cultures. So there was appropriation going on, but it wasn't conceived in anywhere near the same sense that we would understand it here. I think Kavash is speaking with a modern voice, but
I think
it sort of works.
He's speaking with a very modern voice. I think that's my philosophy of history critique of this. Because I do know what this next section is and what we find underneath the Egyptian layer. It's a Babylonian layer. Presumably, one could guess ad infinitum, though the limitations of the game kind of make us stop at Babylon as the original culture, which is funky. Funky at the best of times, because Babylon isn't even the first culture in Babylon.
But it's, I suppose there's also an interesting thing at play here in the sense of sort of games and how they depict historical layers. And you go back to Age of Empires, and there's always been that critique of them from a historical standpoint of kind of the sort of culturally optimistic, progressive nature of them, that they sort of always lead from Stone Age through to obviously the Classical Age and beyond. But I realised there was a guy that worked on Age of Empires, I don't remember his name. He wrote a chapter recently on this, and it was really insightful because he sort of pointed out, well, yeah, of course you can say that. But sometimes when games depict these things, it's not because they are saying it's always how things were going to go, just that in one particular example in history as it happened, one thing followed another. In that regard, I think games can be read in a slightly more interesting manner because you could see here, obviously in history there wasn't a clear division between each layer. There wasn't just layers with no overlap or interaction. But, Sumerian culture preceded Egyptian culture, which preceded Greek culture, which preceded Roman culture, in some shape of the word. So I just find it interesting that games, by definition, have to simplify things and create kind of structural layers.
Yeah, it's odd in this particular game because where Age of Empires, every age and every culture is they're flavored differently more than they are mechanically different. This game is not that, where we're seeing not only different flavor in the different material cultures, but also does a pretty good job on exploring, the diversity of the Roman world and the confluence of beliefs that are that underpin the Roman world in this moment. And the moment we start looking down, it loses that breadth, right? It's broad on one axis and it's deep on one other, but that breadth is not translated into the other layers. And at least in this, I've seen remotely effectively.
I think that's certainly fair, and I think that what I was saying is that perhaps there is a sort of mechanism that games reach for when they depict layers of history because of the. I'm using Age of Empires again as a sort of model here.
It's a good show. It's a good one. Chat, by the way, great time to plug. Next week I'm going to have Jeremiah McCall on to look at the educational mode for Age of Empires 4.
Nicely done. Yeah, so it's a nice way of thinking about that. There are models in gaming history for how you depict historical layers and progression, and I think the game here adopts that mode. Consciously or otherwise, not sure, but like you said, I think in the process something is lost. But again, it may be because also of this kind of way the dialogue, as with the Greek philosopher as well, sort of ends up becoming a quite clearly of a certain reception. So here, he's acting the I don't like cultural appropriation guy, and the philosopher was very I am a Socrates guy. Whereas the Romans tended to be a bit more grey, a bit more sort of a bit deeper. But I think the deeper we go, like you said, the more kind of characters start coming a certain way of thinking about history rather than embodying sort of certain interesting aspects of their culture and their time.
I like that dichotomy, right? That they're becoming reflections instead of embodiments. I think that's a really insightful way of highlighting that difference, and exploring. I think a lot of games do. So I like that framing.
I am glad to hear it, which brings me to this
anyway.
Other fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing.
So let's see what happens here. There's potentially.
It would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations.
Yeah. See, this is the line I have an issue with.
From an ancient people who prospered even before us.
Because regardless of the progression, it is just historical, really not even like debated. It's pretty much just fact that Babylonian, Egyptian, Greek, and then to a lesser extent Roman, religion are fundamentally distinct things, often with independent developments and histories. To say that Egypt borrows from Babylon is a weird statement.
And also to then sort of say, and stop and say, well, no, those things can't exist because my truth is the truth, is again, it has parallels, but again, it tends to have kind of Judeo-Christian parallels.
Yes.
Of this is the truth faith, this is how things have always been, anything that preceded it is wrong.
Yes.
Even kind of Islamic parallels as well, but it's interesting to use here because, again, there are for Egyptian culture, for Greek culture, there were the Phoenicians that overlapped between all these cultures that brought trade ideas.
The Hittites.
And the Hittites, exactly. That sort of cultural overlap between the Near East, Turkey, the Greek, the Aegean, Crete, and Egypt was so rich, and I think there's almost too much going on here there's too much going on there to be able to be depicted in the game, but also it's interesting that it takes such a step back from that in order to sort of set up this particular character.
Yes.
You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris' name.
He's done.
You are too late.
Aww.
It is done.
Tragic. Well, now I'm gonna have to go in.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up.
Yep.
Madness.
Yeah, well.
If it will help you to see reason, then ask.
We're totally gonna jump in after it.
I do not know. What could possibly lie
but yeah, Nepicros, interesting. I think the game's pausing that is just a narrative conceit. Better if it didn't try and model a real history. About that. Hashtag Skyrim mod.
Would be unwise to venture down. Is everyone so contrary where you are?
It is. That is what we absolutely call. This started as a Skyrim mod, and it is now, even though it's been thoughtfully rebuilt, I think this is definitely a place where you can see that it is trying to rebuild on top of a foundation that understands religion and cultural progression in a fundamentally non-historical way.
Yeah, or just in an exceptionally simplified way. Like I said, I don't think
That's fair.
It's impossible that you could posit one after the other in some frameworks if you were simplifying incredibly. But I suppose what's interesting here is that, like the chat was saying, that it's a narrative taking over from world building. And I suppose what's the only reason we pick up on it, or we're sort of picking at it here, is because the world building has been done so well.
Exactly.
And it's so much a part of this game. And I really like your Twitter conference contribution.
Oh, thank you.
I think that's relevant here. The framework that you can think of games being, realistic but not necessarily accurate, or you know, you can select the game to describe it in a way like a character selector. I think it's a really powerful metaphor, because here the game, if you did it on that selector, it pushes you to think of it in certain ways.
Yeah.
So when the narrative comes along and says, but X, it sort of jars a little bit. And I know people have sort of said this with Assassin's Creed as well, though I think that does a very good job of messing all of it together.
Yes.
But this one here, I think, because it's so far on that, this is Rome. Oh wait, no, this is the underworld. Okay, can still get out of that. Oh wait, this isn't the only underworld. Can still get with that concept, because there were many underworlds, other worlds. Then it starts to become they're all built on one another, which is where it starts to have slightly uneven footing.
Yes. It's odd, right? Especially, again, I'm just struck by when it is focusing on the breadth of the cultural perspectives and diversities and representation stuff. It is phenomenal. It is easily the best Roman game I can think of in representing all these different perspectives and giving them a sympathetic voice. And then the moment we start moving down, we're left with a Greek guy representing the entire philosophical history of the classical world, an Egyptian guy anachronistically leaping back 1200 years in order to stand in for New Kingdom Egypt. And then I think we're not even going to get someone in Babylon. I'd be surprised if we get someone. Which again, this might be deliberate in that, you know, the loss of material culture over time and the loss of contextual information over time is a historical reality. But it happens so abruptly that it's like a T shape, and that's weird.
No, that's a nice reading of it. I mean, to give it some defense, perhaps we could say that
be gone from this place.
If you think of it in a kind of archaeological metaphor, so like the contemporary city of Rome, you can literally dig down to find Roman layers, and it has been built on.
Yes.
And you sometimes left the shadow of literal Roman buildings in the way that the modern city now looks. And I like that as a metaphor for saying there are echoes of the past in how we go on to develop aspects of the present.
Yeah.
So you could say what they're doing here is taking that metaphor really quite far, and sort of saying, well, you know, about an underworld that's literally built on top of each culture.
Yes.
Again, it feels quite tenuous as an argument in defence of this, because it's so very specifically a few cultures. I mean, here we go. We've got literally the sort of gates of Babylon.
Yeah. Also, aren't Lamassu later? I thought they were Akkadian and Assyrian.
But it's kind of doing a Mesopotamian
but not
culture.
exactly. It's like I'm almost my immediate sense here, and I haven't done Mesopotamian since I was in undergrad. So this is where I worked at the Oriental Institute of Chicago. So that's pretty much my entire exposure. We've got a lovely one of Sargon of Akkad's Lamassu as the centerpiece of the museum. But it's like we're amalgamating Mesopotamian beliefs on several and the bunch of tiny, very small geographically cultures that existed there to create something that is foundational and a bedrock in a way that works for the purposes of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose it's an interesting one because the idea of underworlds being built on underworlds, you can do a lot with that in literature.
Yeah.
You know, I think Odyssey is drawing on conceived ideas about the other world, which then gets developed extensively, as we talked last time, into the underworld, especially in kind of Roman literature. So you've got development going on there in the literary culture for these periods. But what's interesting here is that this chooses to do it with material culture rather than literary culture. We're not talking about a story of the underworld here that's passed around, and different heroes have the chance to explore that space and do different things and have their, what they call the catabasis, a sort of journey to the underworld. if your character, you in this story, is doing.
Yeah.
Literally journeying to different civilizations, underworlds. But what's interesting is they do it in a very material cultural way, which I think is where the problems start to arise.
Yeah. I think, right, that's the flip side of that material culture. I think you're exactly right. It works
It's
great,
very rich
except for the part where it doesn't.
Yes, but it's interesting because if you go back to that middle bit there and have a push on that.
I'm not sure I trust that.
I
want to look around first. Spooky barricades, nice. Spooky barricades, nice. Also, yeah, we are now looking at, like, Nurgle, and then... Doesn't that mean that the... Wouldn't that make the, this underworld Ereshkigal?
Well, your knowledge is better here than mine.
But yeah. Oh, hey, look.
Get out of the way.
Indiana Jones.
Exactly. So in some ways, I think, again, for all of our critique here, there's still quite a bit of self-awareness for how we tend to have approached these civilizations, which is through film and TV.
Yes.
Through games, it's through Lara Croft, it's through Indiana Jones. There's a sort of semi-serious side to it as well.
Uh-huh.
How about we think about different cultures and their representations of the underworld? Imagine them as a mashup.
Yep.
Also running away from boulders.
Also running away from boulders. But being intelligent about it and going... and...
Because the boulders aren't just boulders.
Operating in the, school of running away from things by stepping to the side.
Unlike the people in Prometheus, who learned to run away from large objects by running in the shadow of said large objects.
Exactly. Oh.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise.
Oh.
You will die here.
Okay.
I disagree.
Uh-huh.
I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege. But you...
Sacrilege, I do take issue with that. I mean, again, I'm not an Egyptologist, but sacrilege feels very, very modern. This.
If not with bloodshed.
Just...
Very well, I will listen. But if I
okay, yep.
Or if you further insult
okay.
the gods, I will carry out my threat.
Yes.
So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy? That may be true of many things.
No. This is hopefully where they like salvage it a bit. And this would be the part where I would hope that we salvage it.
See, again, this is just before you go on to the next dialogue option.
Uh-huh.
The whole point about adopting gods in different names, the Age of One, and identifying them with different names through as different cultures adapted and synchronized their religions, such as we can even call it that. The whole point was that Romans didn't look at the Greek gods and think, oh, these are completely different. They thought they were an extension of how we conceive of the world.
Absolutely. And
same with how Greeks thought about Egypt. And so it's like, it's not about this guy thinks mine aren't the only and original.
Exactly.
It's nothing. Which you get a little bit of, I suppose, in things like Zoroastrianism and stuff. That there's a kind of sense that this is the world order.
Yeah.
This is how it is, rather than a kind of general pantheon you can start to identify with in different ways.
I think, right, my thought would be that it's primarily, right, a later Roman thing that starts to, and especially once, Christianity comes in, and then is like, oh yes, the Romans understood paganism, right? Paganism is a Roman thing. So all of these other paganisms are just like, they're twice paganisms, because they can't even get paganism right. Obviously paganism is wrong, but they can't even do the wrong thing right. So that you get that a lot with, like, it takes until the 1200s for someone to go, wait, maybe the Norse gods are just, like, fundamentally a different set of gods than the Roman gods. Because from Tacitus onwards, right, they say, Tacitus says that the chief god of the German peoples is Mercury. Not Wotanaz, Mercury. And later authors look at that and go, oh yeah, right, so clearly they just didn't know the real name of these gods, and the real name of these things in some way matters and is the Roman names.
Yeah, absolutely, because they're always interpreting it through their lenses.
Exactly.
Their cultural frameworks.
Yeah.
So you lose, I mean, that's what's interesting, I suppose, is that you lose so much of individual culture. So I can see why they've gone down a kind of cultural appropriation, because it is a modern concern that if dominant cultures steamroll over others and in the process destroy the meaning that those things hold, that is an issue.
But it is a genuine issue. It's just not a concern pre-modern people have.
Yeah, but it feels uncomfortable here in a kind of Egypt sense, because it just doesn't feel like it bears the same. If a Christian was talking in this way in this game, it would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, it would still be weird because, again, first century Christianity. But it would at least, like, I see where it's coming from. Even a Roman talking about this way, I at least kind of get it, because, right, Tacitus is 20 years after this game, just blatantly asserts that, oh yeah, right, they are worshipping these Roman gods, and the names of those things were clearly unimportant and wrong, probably, kind of, sort of, and therefore they move on. We don't need to mention them.
Yeah.
But here, it's like we're having to... It's clearly a case where Kabash is standing in for a modern audience with a very modern idea of how religions work, and this, like, separate spheres of religion, and then just trying to get us to complexify even to that level.
Now that I think about it,
also, yeah, also this line. Like, they didn't... I mean, to use Norse, because that's my specialization. Odin has 400 names. Okay, that's a slight exaggeration, but it's not much of an exaggeration.
Yeah, and it's the same with the Greeks. I mean, Zeus was known by hundreds of different names, and different locales for different purposes. That was kind of the why you can't call something Greek religion, because there was no systematized view of how this worked, who these people were, and how they interacted. Only stories, and rituals and practices.
And he's now like, oh yes, but Sumeria.
Because it's almost like Egypt in this context, because all these people are real, right? They're real and they've died and gone to the underworld. So did this guy not know about literally anything else in his time?
I mean,
first century Egypt, which is, you know, literally gone through hundreds of years of Greek Egypt rule.
Yes.
And before that, Egypt as it related to
heck, it was another Nubian. I mean,
territories.
28th dynasty Egypt is Nubian, right? One of the last dynasties before Ptolemy was from, well, what was at the time called Kush, but is modern Nubia, or I guess Romans would say was Nubia. I guess was that Ethiopia, like the Sudan, Ethiopia, Uganda kind of complex.
Exactly, and even just before Alexander the Great and stuff with Cyrus and everyone, you've got such a rich cultural history there that stretches, you know,
3,000 years.
Yeah, and yes, you got Egyptian culture as a sort of coherent thing that we would think about from sort of the Great Pyramids and that sort of material culture era that's very distinct. But then even that has such overlap.
Yeah,
it's quite hard to think of this character as anything other than a modern interloper like us as characters.
I totally agree with that. Right, just like the Greek philosopher did not feel... He felt at least more like a person, but he was a person doing a lot of heavy lifting.
Yeah, he literally had...
He was doing a lot of heavy lifting there, and Kabash is doing even more heavy lifting, because he's not... He's also...
Unfortunately, the weight of the narrative is on his shoulders as much as...
Exactly.
the history, and I think that's...
Peter, this isn't first century Egyptian outfit, right? This is like he went into the Duat and just like raided New Kingdom garb, right? This feels like he just like he's cosplaying as his own culture.
But then also, I suppose that almost sort of makes some sense, I suppose, just to think of his character as a whole, that he's become more Egyptian than the Egyptians, right? Because he's sort of he's thinking, this can't be, can't have this truth taken away from me.
Exactly. I have now discovered this truth. I am claiming it as mine, my ancestral belief. I cannot challenge this. It is very modern, and a stance I have a lot of sympathy and, broadly speaking, support for, in that, finding those heritages and embracing them and bringing them to light and celebrating them is super important. Also, maybe don't shoot someone with a bow for it.
It can also become problematic because it views that culture as sort of siloed off from anything else, because that's the sort of the dark side, I suppose, of and the sort of the shadow side, as it were, of cultural appropriation. That if you consider cultures to be these distinct sort of hermetically sealed entities, then you actually potentially fundamentally misunderstand what culture is. But it's a hard one to balance in each circumstance.
Yes.
I will remain here for a while and attempt to learn what I can about.
Oh, congratulations! Through all of our conversation, you actually managed to find the way out through dialogue.
Yeah, not that was very hard.
Conversation can go several other ways.
Yeah, I feel like most of the other ways were getting attacked. Also, by the way, Serial Histoire, thank you for the follow a couple minutes ago. We appreciate it. I feel like, right, most of the other ways out involve, him trying to shoot me, which is probably bad. It's probably bad. Well, I'm not sure if anyone's paying attention to these golden figures right now. I don't think I want to test that theory.
You won't come back here, so I can properly spoil this bit.
Yeah.
You can poke on that last round central plaque, and another boulder rolls out, and it fills the whole chamber.
Oh yeah.
Which is again kind of a nice little nod to sort of, I don't know, like National Treasure and all those other sort of films that are, they discover this sort of, hidden civilization underground, and then it all floods or something. So to sort of be part of the drama of that discovery and sort of the tension in those sorts of pseudo archaeological films. So I think there's a nice little nod to all of that going on in that scene.
There absolutely is. I would, however, point out that, to state the obvious, booby traps are not a thing in any burial culture globally. This is not a thing that you do. You don't put boulder traps in things. This is 100% just like stacked layers of references.
I don't think it's fine for doing that.
It's fine, actually. But also it's another place where it just stands out that the effort was put into Rome and not Mesopotamia TM or Egypt TM.
I suppose, true, but I suppose the Rome section does have lots of references to, like the TV series Rome, the film Pompeii, Gladiator and whatnot. But it does sort of stand on its own 2 feet. Here, this feels like a real sort of set of references to archaeology and film, which, like I said, I actually don't mind, because I quite like it when games move into that sort of space of being self-aware. But I can also sense that it's a difficult one with games to get right, because there's sort of cultural scholars have talked about this. The games are a sort of weird last bastion of sort of that true immersive storytelling.
Yes.
Which has supposedly, according to some critics, been destroyed by the very kind of referential, self-aware sort of thrust since
for lack of a better,
towards postmodernism.
Yes.
So it's interesting that games have shied away from that to a degree, or at least don't contain much of it. But I think they're starting to include it in heaps and buckets at times, and I'm not too bothered by that.
He's Diogenes,
because I find it quite entertaining. But I can see why cultural critics can take issue with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I just realized that he lives in a bathtub converted into a bed, which is the most Diogenes thing he could have possibly done.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need?
Yes. Oh.
I enjoyed our chat, but please.
So it's just the election.
Yeah, the election and then, the, breaking into the cistern if we decide we want to do that. Actually, I think we need to do that because we need to find evidence that he is Quintius. Right? We need that evidence. Oh, yeah, I just went in a circle. Oops.
Yeah, I think you actually do have the order. Your hypothesis is on point there.
Right, because he's probably... The cistern that we're not allowed to go into is probably where the evidence is to prove that he's Quintius. And then use that to force him to back out of the thing, to nominate Galerius. Everyone loves Galerius, he'll win no problem.
Because you can get him to do everything to save everyone.
Exactly. And then that's that.
I think at this stage you can...
I am, however... Oh, no, I actually have plenty of time. That's pretty good.
I think you can just go into the cisterns now, if I'm not mistaken. See how the conversation pans out.
Yeah, I'll try with just walking into these lower cisterns. Because he had stopped me last time.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Uh-huh.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Well, it's your funeral.
Oh.
It becomes really easy. I can't remember at what point that actually changes.
As soon as after the bow.
Yeah, it must be that.
It's gotta be after I get the bow. Speaking of which, bow.
I think that was quite prescient of you.
Oh, once again. Once again.
So it's just the comic timing of that. It's just brilliant.
Once again, I hit the wrong button. Once again, I hit the wrong button and like, hell, smile for the camera. Every time. Oh, hey, look.
I would go up those second.
Oh, those go into just a different spot. Okay.
I'd explore this bit first.
Exactly. Well.
Some poor golden statues. Does that mean they're endlessly drowning?
Oh god, that's terrible.
It's horrifying.
What a not fun thought.
It would be very Greco-Roman.
Okay, I thought the claims about the booby-trapped tomb sent the deaf? Do I know what that means?
I think is there something else on that bit as well? The other side. No mistake.
I don't think so. There's just, there's a plate. There are decorative
I
plates.
think you've got everything.
Yeah, I got the lunar pendant and then the coins.
Yeah,
This
no,
doesn't
you
seem to go anywhere.
can go back to that bit you shot because that. Oh yeah, no, there's something just down here.
I feel suspicious.
Alright, there's nothing that's going to jump scare this bit.
You say that, but... that doesn't stop me from being suspicious that I'm going to get jump scared by this bit.
Yeah, because I could just be messing with you.
Exactly. This is an awfully large cistern, by the way. This looks like it's a bathhouse, actually, not a cistern. Whee! Oh. Well, that's interesting.
There you go, you're finding a creative way into the upper system.
I'm curious as to how I'm holding on. I'm not gonna think about that too much. I'm not gonna think about that one at all, actually. Oh, hey, would you look at that?
Yeah, this is a good bit of a plot twist.
Oh, hey, look at that. What's that? Someone got, someone got locked up?
You. Who are you? Did he send you? Do you know you're here?
Uh-huh.
You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Centilla.
Yep.
I found a way out through the Gate of Horn. But
Yep.
it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever.
Mm-hmm.
Or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and...
No, wait.
I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because...
That's probably true either.
Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me.
I like watching your reaction then.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it.
Wait.
I'm done caring about the golden rule.
Nope. This is a bad plan.
Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me.
This is clearly an ending. Oh boy. None of these are good. None of these are good.
This, but I should say there are 4 endings to the game.
1, 2, this is... Clearly this gets some of them. Right, so this is 1. This is 2. Presumably 3 is if I'm the only one to get out. But
I'm working towards 4.
The 4 is the plaques.
Doing all the plaques.
But in order to do the plaques, I have to not let her go.
What? No. You can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless?
Not... I don't like this.
It's good, it does make you really
You'll never
the options
persuade him
through.
of anything. I'm telling you, he's a monster. Please.
Uh-huh.
You're making a mistake.
Yep. Shocking. Luckily, this does mean that he has completely thrown away his own chances for the election, because this is literally why most people dislike him. And we now have the information we need in order to break him out. Or to take out the next bit. So I need to... The most important thing now is to find information about... is find information to force Malleolus to give up the race, right? That is the only thing left to do. Oh yeah, if I turn Sentius to gold, he can't create the time loop. That
You've
isn't...
just worked out the other ending.
That is an ending.
It's actually the quickest and easiest ending.
Yeah, you just roll up... That, I mean, I assume that's the speedrun. You roll up, you get the bow, you shoot him, you're done. That explains how it got in. I like that bit of little environmental stuff, where they're like, oh yeah, it makes no sense for the thing to be in the cistern. But we want it to be in the cistern. Well, it broke in.
Yeah.
Clever. Now, how do I get out of the cistern again?
They left. Oh, yeah. along there.
Am I just blind?
So it's in the end. The exit's actually in the middle of the room.
Ah. Gotcha.
Sort of around it. Even I'm lost now.
I am super lost. I don't know what I'm doing. This is just me being bad, chat. Oh, right. We dropped in, didn't we?
No, we came down the staircase because it was where you shot the statue.
Yeah, it was. Right, so that's just the well. Oh, there's a torch here, but that's not it.
That's just that side.
That's just this. Oh, good lord. Oh, duh, that is... I completely forgot about that, Kosek. Right, the speedrun obviously says, I start with gun. I roll up, I shoot at Sentius. I am done.
Yes, yeah, I was just
I am done with the game.
2
I was
minutes
like,
flat, if that.
this... A true ending speedrun of this game would honestly be really cool.
Yeah,
But,
because you've done it in a different order to I had.
yeah,
so
there it is.
Ways of doing this
I'm just
incredibly
stupidly blind. Whee!
But again, you'd only be able to do a speedrun if you knew who to talk to and in what order, so...
Yeah. I mean, right, it's... That's the thing, right? That would be the, like, proper speedrun is you just know who... You force the first loop, force the immediate conditions, then force the first loop, then... Oh god, don't tell... Wait, yeah, I threw this one away, so... I can talk to Claudia again this time, and see if I can't figure out anything about what makes Malleolus Quintius.
Yes, don't piss her off, I think is a good...
Yep. Hello. Hey.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
Yep.
I should hope so.
Yep.
This is outrageous.
Okay. I feel like I may have just annoyed her again, which would be very bad for me.
There's another dialogue option, wasn't there?
Where are your valuables?
I can't remember if that led to something else. She is crucial to some of this.
Exactly.
Why are you still here?
There we go.
Intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look.
There we go.
What makes
Just
you
need to talk to her more times.
You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a
Ooh.
Only he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among Philandrian Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent...
Incredible.
I let it go, eventually, and...
If I could just have that letter, please. Thank you.
...in the back of my mind ever since. But, wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
Oh boy. Oh boy. I mean, this is true. But I feel like she wouldn't like that.
Never know.
Oh, aren't you charming?
Ha!
I'm quite sure my husband would see with impotent rage.
Also, her hair is magnificent.
I love
Yes.
Just...
It seems
Curls leading on to curls.
I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately.
Yes.
But first, I need you to
Great,
do
one more
something
quest.
for me. I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around.
Pleb head.
So what do you need me
Yep.
to spell out? You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room,
Understood.
and Domitius is right outside.
That's
the
fair.
city,
Yep.
Because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware. And getting it won't be easy.
Oh boy.
Let me tell you something about Julius.
Oh boy.
He talks a lot about freedom.
Oh boy.
But what he
Where
doesn't
is the...
tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all,
There are actually two, if I remember rightly, but I'm struggling to remember where they were because I picked them up by accident.
Amazing.
he said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate.
You're Roman. What are you doing if you're not drinking?
Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone. I am so looking forward to it.
Alright.
So, you'll help me?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yep,
Now,
Aurelia has
you'll
one.
need to pay a visit to that strumpet, Aurelia.
Oh well, I'll pay her good money for it. I've got like 2,000.
I expect you'll have to flatter her a bit. If that doesn't work, you might be able to get some advice from Yulia, who is probably still at the shrine of Apollo. I heard they used to be close. They both appreciate the poetry of Sappho
Well
and
then.
Lesbos, if you get my meaning. Thank you.
Well then. Problem solving. Alright. So we're just gonna leave here. I'm gonna go talk to Aurelia right away. I don't even need to like worry about...
So you survived the system.
Yep.
Yep. Because I am running low on time is the issue. I really would like to get in this cycle if I could. No, we should not confront Sentius, Peter. I am not doing a 100% playthrough. We are doing a historical playthrough. And to that end, getting into the big philosophy of history questions, about, you know, the god, question mark, responsible for everything,
Looking a bit troubled there.
is a big deal.
No sign of Centilla, and I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
Isn't that a big
From what I
long
hear,
bow?
nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do?
Of course, I forgot that
She's out
Horatius
there
was
somewhere suffering,
modelling
waiting to
the
be
Stoics.
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax.
I'm worried I'm not going to make it because everyone's here.
Tomorrow's a new day.
Wow.
I suppose
He's
you're right.
back again. Couldn't stay away, huh? I do, but I'm afraid it's not for sale. It's the last jug in the entire city, so...
And there is a second one somewhere.
Romantic occasion. Really?
Uh-huh.
That's your move? Honey, I'll admit I was intrigued by you at first, but then you had to go and open your mouth. Unfortunately for you, nobody gets a second chance at a first impression.
Let's see whether there's a second one.
We'll see about that.
Good idea.
Yep.
You had, of course, there's plenty of wine on the outs. I'm happy to tell you all about. So, ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
All right.
Bye.
I'm trying to remember, there may have been a bottle. You go to the lake.
At the lake?
Don't believe a word they tell you.
It's
Well.
down there.
Is it in the lake?
No, so there's a little cavern that you can access through shooting the bow.
Oh. Well, that would make that way easier, yeah.
I can't remember if it was just coins. It's
Oh yeah, I see it
can you
right there.
see-
I see it right there. That's... There it is.
Yeah, I was right.
Hooray! Fire some wine. Ignore the
Yeah,
fact
I
that
like
it's
that the
possibly
game
a bit
offers you-
wet. Yeah, it's good that it offers you multiple ways to do everything. Right, so if you wanted to go full social, amazing. If you don't want to go full social, you're not punished
Even
for
lets
it.
you exactly, and it even lets you avoid most of the combat by doing the optional Navia
Yeah.
side quests.
Yeah, because right, it did say there was a way that you could just totally just like not do it, which is great. Like that is ideal, but
Sort of mystery solving in its.
exactly. Oh yeah,
it's
Yulia's
individual.
alive, and so
I hope you're
Yulia's. Wait,
coping.
I overshot. I hope they're happy.
Are they?
And
Don't believe a word they tell you.
yes, LPS. I hear you, but we don't have time. I appreciate that also, like, not everyone is, like, plot critical. Everyone's given depth, and you have to do something with everyone. Like, Horatius, I haven't, like, talked to at all.
Yeah, I think he's one of the. I didn't talk to him much either. That's why I'd forgotten he had the
Why are you
stoic
still here?
focus.
There we go.
Thank you.
I
Yes,
suspect
there
there's
is time.
probably alternate ways to get other information by doing different sets of quests.
Yeah, like the wine thing, I never even had to talk to Aurelia because I already had
Now,
it, so you know that's a
Perhaps you
shortcut.
can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than
Yeah.
I imagined. I
Yep.
only wanted some leverage
Yeah.
over him, not to destroy him.
Yeah.
Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
You... Oh. Oh.
I think I may have lied. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because I just need to tell
I
him.
appreciate your discretion
Right.
in this.
This isn't technically a lie.
I think it's best if you go now. We'll speak no more of this.
Cause... Right now we're just gonna talk to him, and we're gonna go, hey, guess what, bud? You're gonna leave or I'm gonna tell everyone.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in
Uh-huh.
here without it. What? So, it finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you, what? One of Nero's assassins? So, you're not going to kill me?
I see. Yep, I could release everyone in debt bondage.
Oh, so much work and money. Oh, well, if I do it, you'll let me live?
Yep. And now I nominate Galerius
Fine.
immediately.
This cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway.
Yep.
I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal and release
Though I
them
already
to
paid the money, so
bondage.
whatever.
There, you got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Yep. Will do. I don't need to speak to you ever again. Cause I can talk to you now and nominate Galerius literally instantly.
You have to wait for them to have the conversation first.
Good thing we have time, it's only sunset. Hey Galerius, you're not... Shush. Fine. Sitting and waiting. Could you walk a bit faster? Like, we need to notify everyone real fast. The problem is now do I need to actually persuade anyone?
She does that, I think. She does the notification.
Oh, good.
Priestess,
Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Greetings and salutations.
Georgius.
Thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
Run, 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 run. Run, run, run.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his
Oh, I love democracy.
from today's election. Unless any
I
new
do love how this plaque is the hardest to get, and it does force you to go through that
Yeah.
Roman political structure in order to.
Yes.
That is all.
Okay. Hello? Yes.
A new face.
Mm-hmm. What's the status of the election?
Why do you... Oh, what a good idea. He is a virtuous
Uh-huh.
and decent man after all. I happen to agree he'd make a wonderful magistrate.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Certain.
The only thing is, yeah, if you to make sure you've got the votes, I think there's one other person you need to.
Do I need to talk to Galerius?
Nope, I don't think so.
Have
a think who would or wouldn't vote for him.
Temple majestic.
Who are the other men? Oh crap! Do I have to get Malleolus to vote for him?
Nope, he doesn't vote in the election.
Good.
I'm thinking of
You.
guy in the forum.
What do you mean? Right? Because Georgius votes. But
Georgius will vote for him because he
Yeah.
saved Fabia.
Oh, duh. Where is he? Where? Oh gosh. Because I have to buy one vote.
Yeah.
I have to purchase one vote. Where is he? I'm almost out of time.
Probably in the tavern if he's not in his shop.
Yeah, because he's not in here. He's not standing out on the street, and it's almost nightfall. I have so little time. Because I should have the votes, because I haven't found a single person voting for Sentius yet.
His soldier will.
Yeah, Horatius will. But I thought he was... Oh, heck. Wrong turn. Whatever, I can buy one vote, I've got the money for it. Yep, there you are.
Citizen.
Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying.
Nice dice tower.
Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it?
I want that dice tower.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
Oh, there's some Vedi Vidi Vici on it.
Don't you just love springtime?
Oh well, let me...
Who are you gonna vote for?
Sentius, I suppose. Stability is always good for business. Yeah? And what's he gonna do for me? He's nothing. Certainly, for a few thousand denarii.
Phew.
Pleasure doing business.
I got the cash though.
Can I help you with anything else? Very well. Another time.
There. Now I definitely have the votes. I actually don't know if there is this sort of dice tower. Designed to stop you from cheating when rolling dice. Clearly, cheating must be a problem among Romans. Right, this one doesn't strike me as an artifact, not least because of the Julius Caesar quote on it. But, you know, we've got time.
Probably
Oh, by the way,
inspired by
Galerius.
not work on vase painting.
I've got great and terrible news for you.
Salve again, friend. I went... How is it possible?
Yep.
You're a bit...
Sisyphus, yes.
Sisyphus?
Yes, indeed. Indeed. Yeah, at least there's that.
I don't know. So,
Oh yeah, you're running for magistrate. Yeah.
Oh.
I have a feeling you'll do great.
Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and if our conversation...
Okay, great. I think we've done everything we need to. And we get a key, which, if the key is just to the upper cistern, then that's whatever. That's not important.
If you get Galerius elected, he'll
release Dooley, which will give me the Greek plaque, and then I have all four.
You just need...
Hey, can we just start the election?
Ave again. Did you find... It'll be between Sentius.
Mhm.
Why do you... As I said, I'm planning to... yes.
There.
I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict.
There we go.
Very well. I'll get things started right away.
Citizens, it is time.
And now we get a nighttime to finish things. I think.
I do apologise for yawning.
It's totally fine.
late
It
in the
is
UK.
getting quite late. And we are close to the end though, which is why we are trying to finish up. Because we should have all the votes, because Georgius will vote for us, Decius will vote for us. I don't think Dooley gets to vote because he's imprisoned. Virgil's gonna vote for us, probably. I assume basically everyone who was going to vote for Malleolus will vote for Galerius instead.
Not necessarily, actually. I think Virgil might vote for Sentius because he has no...
Oh yeah, we haven't done anything for him to persuade him to vote for Galerius. Who else is even eligible?
Georgius.
Ulpius. Oh, I didn't even realize that you would become eligible. Oops. That was
Ulpius
my...
will vote
But he...
for
Yeah.
Galerius, because Galerius saved.
Yeah, Galerius just saved him, so that's probably fine. So that should be okay. Rufius will vote for... Rufius will vote for him. So yeah, we should be okay. Oh boy. There's so few relevant characters. I didn't realize there were only 6 that would vote.
We have a quorate body of voters gathered.
And I have 4 of them?
The city's magistrate. The candidates are
It's a sacrifice.
Sentius Imperiosus and
There's the auspices being taken.
Galerius Helver.
Yeah.
Marcus Malleolus Gurges with
I do like that they have a priestess
Yes.
siding over. I suppose that adds some element of
Yep.
religiosity to it.
Great. This is super cool. I love that they're doing this.
There's a great way of building up the
Yep.
connections and then seeing how it all plays out.
Yes.
Galerius.
Sentius.
Mhm.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
I like that.
The man who treated my rheumatism.
And there's 4.
Galerius.
And there's 4.
your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
Oh, he does have a full Roman name.
Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you've put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down.
Mhm.
I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here.
Get
I
wrecked.
promise you,
Get absolutely rolled.
changes. The first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say this? I suppose not. That's it. You can all...
Such a good man, Galerius.
Nothing else to see here.
Love it.
Move along.
Love it. Rolled. Absolutely rolled, sir. Get wrecked, Sentius. You gotta live with this defeat forever. And it is super cool, Kozak, you're right, that it feels like it's just for convenience. But also it's like mandatory. It's mandatory to go through a loop where Galerius does everything for you.
Yeah, because I tried once when I was halfway through where I did some of them and Galerius did some of them, and I lost the vote.
Yeah, because Galerius has to do the thing.
So it's perfectly possible to lose it.
Yes.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple.
Dooley should be, you should be able to go and get the plaque now.
Exactly. Quite easily.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest.
Aww.
I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Aww.
Hello? I'm...
Ignore that you're holding the iron door open.
Magistrate Galerius said
Ignore
I should
the-
thank the new...
Uh-huh.
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you.
Ignore the door. Chat, the door is fine.
I'm so happy.
But
you can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died.
Aww.
But before that, he gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious. Please help me find. Oh, thank
So
you.
he obviously found.
Yep, he found Scintilla.
Hope you find it. Oh, look, maybe it is treasure.
Hey, look, Greek plaque. Hades, Lord of Many. All right.
And it's just lying out here. Maybe nobody wants.
Just one, you might want to be quick now because
He's going to immediately break the rule.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you, Dooley. I've got all 4 plaques, so it's not a big deal otherwise. But, yeah.
You don't want.
I want to try and
sure you can progress.
move fast. I don't have to force a reset right at the last moment.
I wish I could have seen the look on Malleolus'.
Let's go. He hasn't broken everything yet. He hasn't broken everything yet. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Stress. All 4. Nurgle. Alright, Nurgle, let's go. Nurgle, I wish to speak with you. Alright.
Have a look at the decor.
Yeah. Oh. Ignore the papyrus filter. It's all still very Roman. Oh, come on, don't tell me I have to do it again. Okay, great. And now it's now Greek.
Indeed.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I understand how this works. Hades, Lord of Many, grant me an audience.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Shh. Don't worry about
I
it.
wonder if you can get through.
Nurgle, the fierce one.
Yes, I thought this bit was really quite entertaining.
We're in space.
Greeks in space.
We're in space.
I never came into this space when.
Oh heck! They're still shooting at me. Ow.
You could do something here. Turn to your left, right.
What? Oh, there's a door over here.
No, the other way.
What?
Case. To your left.
I genuinely don't know where you're.
Ah, you just missed it.
Ow.
Oh well.
I died. That's alright. That's alright. As I'm walking in, where is it? We're gonna still be bad.
So yeah. It's done. It went very Assassin's Creed.
It did. I went extremely Assassin's Creed at the last moment. Is this still Nurgle? This is still Nurgle. So as I'm walking, who's this?
Have a look on the right. Shatter that.
Break that. Oh yeah, of course.
Now you've got to try and get back to the. If you can pick up.
This is an ending, I assume. This isn't the real ending, or is this it?
You've ended up sort of again because of the nice way the game integrates the time loops.
I have to rewind time now, and now that I have the crown.
Time.
Yeah, I understand.
You have more dialogue options. It's not something I realised until having gone through it the first time. But again, as we've seen with all the other characters, you can the more you do things, the more just the dialogue choices are often available.
Gotcha. That's alright. We are in a rough area. Don't worry about it. We'll just reset. We'll reset time real quick, and then it'll be okay. Ow. I'm still alive. And I'm not on fire. And so we're okay. Don't even worry about it. We gotta have a stressful ending to a stream. We gotta get that adrenaline going. Luckily, they're all terrible shots, so I'm not...
They're not quite as bad as Stormtroopers.
They're not a whole lot better either, though. Puts me out right here. And thank you. And we should be able to just immediately do it.
Exactly.
Because we
Since
won't...
we're probably not going to talk to Sentius, I can give a hint of what he says if you want.
Sure.
You do confront him. Yeah, basically admits that he's found a way of. I'll get him to do everything. By the way.
Who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost?
Oh,
sounds serious.
Take care of literally everything, please.
Yulia. All right. What? I'll go.
There we go. Problem solving. He takes care of literally everything. Luckily, it doesn't.
He does take care of everything, so you might have to give it a couple of moves.
Yeah. Does it necessarily matter? Right, because true ending shouldn't care about that.
If you want the best possible ending.
Okay, do I have to... So there's actually multiple endings of the true ending. I love it.
Well, you'd get the same ending, but there are nuances that you wouldn't have.
Of course.
It gets a little bit Mass Effect-like in this regard.
That's alright. It is relatively late. I think we will save the truest of all true endings for while Galerius goes off and saves the world. I do not still need the bribe. Oh, I do still... Yeah, in order for Sentius to... It's a dead heath right now.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Because you don't need the plaque.
Exactly. The election results shouldn't matter anymore.
Not anymore.
That's okay. I do want to give them time for Galerius to fix this. Because, Oh. Good job, Galerius. Good job. That was fast.
I think he somehow gets round fast. Like, the game slightly edits where everyone is when he's doing his work.
I think so. I think that makes a lot of sense. But I think this is a good time to sort of wrap up, or to, start our wrap up, because obviously this game does a lot that is really, really, really cool.
Definitely.
But also, right, as we said, a couple things that are weird. But the thing I like that what it does most of all is that the part that I think to most people might feel like the most contrived stuff, and contrived meaning ideological, is the most historical part. Right? The drink the Romanitas Kool-Aid, talk about how they like everything, or are, while they have slavery, they have conquest, etc., they also have, a lot of more tolerance for gender diversity, racial diversity insofar as race is Romanitas and not color. And yeah, really, get to highlight all these diverse identities that are part of the Roman Empire.
Yeah,
and
well,
that's
also
super cool.
Positioning you as a modern interloper to sort of compare that cultural framework.
Yes.
And I think the game does well to set those things up. I think now that you've seen the little snapshot of where this temple takes you, i.e. into space, the contrived nature of these layered histories actually starts to not matter so much.
Yes and no. Right, once again, it goes back to what questions are you asking, right? So, as to how much it matters. So, right, if we're truly going like, given that this apparently all is a test by space aliens, and is not actually the underworld, question mark, it doesn't matter insofar as it makes perfect sense, because it is a modern construction that uses modern ideas.
Sort of. I think again, I don't want to. If we end up stopping here and doing the final sort of boss fight dialogue choice later,
we're gonna do the final one here. I just want to start the wrap up because otherwise we'll be here for like another hour after we finish the boss fight dialogue.
Good point.
But right, on the other hand, one of the things I think we both agree on that games are super useful for and interesting for is that they give people, or they actually meaningfully affect the way we imagine history, especially when we set things in such an explicitly historical framework.
Yeah, no, I'd definitely agree with that, and I think the right to therefore be concerned that the position this takes on that nested history is
kind of funky,
funky, and completely inaccurate. But I think once you start to engage in dialogue with a stranger, I become more forgiving of some of that.
I think so.
Not because it is right, but because of the way the
Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all is Untitled.
We'll finish this thought as soon as he finishes talking.
And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal.
Why does he have, like, knit armor? What is this cottagecore armor?
And what is more,
he's doing some weaving at home.
For mortals to wield, and you do it so.
Also, yeah, Johnny, that is my...
First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you.
That was exactly my thought too, is that this guy sounds like he's one of the Goa'uld from Stargate. Okay, so...
there's a very long tradition here of the gods being repackaged as actually space aliens.
As actually space aliens, yeah.
Yeah, this connects into, not just in gaming with Assassin's Creed and, so on and so forth, but beyond that in film culture is,
Yeah, another thing that I dislike, broadly speaking, it's a thing that I typically dislike because, we don't need to logic our way into space aliens to understand a perspective in which religion is not only important, but fundamentally real. And it is very much modernity.
But I think this is... No, exactly, but this is that interesting moment then, right? That the game offers you that world-building potential and scope, much like we've been doing with the VR Oracle project. You've got this potential here to build an incredibly immersive, full experience of what it might have been like to walk around Roman City here, Oracle we've been building. And it's the choices of what you do with it. In this case, the game decides to move very much in a fictional narrative thrust in its latter parts, because that's what it is. It's a mystery game with a fictional ending. But what I quite like, what's interesting about it is that on the one hand you hold up this world-building potential of games to really get you to understand, like you were saying, something about the ancient world, something about how it's constructed, something about its people. And on the other hand, you sort of bulldoze through that, a fictional plot that kind of just like scatters it all back into oblivion and doesn't help make sense of any of it. I don't think that necessarily holds out in its entirety here, because I think there is it's a bit like that euhemerist approach where there's kind of an element of truth in a myth that allows you to think more broadly about what might have been the case. And I'm not saying that there's an element of truth in this in terms of the gods of space aliens, not that at all, but an element of truth here in the sense that dialogue you can now have with Hades reveals an understanding of how different cultures did perceive of their gods as the same entity in some shape or form, and that there are overlapping stories of the underworld and of different characters going in and out of that through different cultures at different times, and that they all will relate back in some shape or form to a human understanding of this other space, this other world, underworld. So I think, it's a big stretch to say that the two are related, this sort of rich world building and this kind of little core aspect of how the game tries to tie itself into mythology, but I think there is something to be said for how it tries to balance out this sort of need for a fictional ending and a very highly fictionalized one at that, with the world building that it does. Whether it does it successfully for everyone, it's subjective, but I think it's an interesting experiment.
Let's find out if it does it successfully for us right here, right now.
It has come to be known simply as the Underworld.
Figure out what the heck is actually going on here, Stargate.
That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago, my kin and I...
Hey, I was right that it was Elysium. Let's go.
...to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence.
This has got very much Indiana Jones, Crystal Skull vibes going on as well.
It does, yes.
Persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. Guidance in agriculture, craft and law.
So, Maraxa in chat used to work at Stonehenge, so, when we're looking at, like, Neolithic religion, and the fact that there clearly is religion, order, culture, etc.,
we had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion.
That.
And soon you return to your old ways.
It's a bit of an easy argument to... It's too easy an argument to make. It's that kind of...
My kin had seen enough.
It's high school level history. It's literally just like the high school intro world history textbook account of religion.
Yeah, it's like the god. How did humans get civilization? It's far too complicated. Gods. Well, not even gods. Aliens, because
aliens.
That obviously makes more sense. But I think you just. What's more interesting is trying to pierce, how those sort of different cultures discovered things at different times, worked together or didn't work together. There's been a lot of debate about this in archaeology at the moment. Sort of narrative trajectory of civilization is being critiqued as something that was always going to end up where it ended up.
Yeah.
There was actually a lot more diversity in the ancient world. Ancient world. Pre-Mesopotamia and everything to sort of, in terms of what constituted civilization and how it develops different paces and in different ways simultaneously.
Yes.
But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made.
In terms of wages between gods, though, you see, it gets it very right.
Yes,
in terms
absolutely.
Of, the sort of gods can't interfere on each other's area, but they have ultimate control over what they do. There's little sort of grains in this that are interesting from a historical perspective. I mean, I think that the plot itself is quite fun at this point. I don't have any issue with that.
To watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment.
Wow.
My reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3.
Again, that would only imply that, like, the Sumer was around in 1000 BC. Hades. Nurgle. You're just saying that Sumer was alive in 1000 BC. Oh wait, no. Well, hang on. Is he in the time loop? Right, wait. Like, no, here's the thing that's weird, right? Because we time traveled. So we're in the 1st century. And so 3000 BC. But also we're in the 21st century.
So
and we're in
this
space.
Is not the 21st
so
century.
We're in
so
space.
we are...
We're in 1st century space aliens.
Yep.
1st century space aliens. All right.
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here.
Again,
in which case, it still is too young, but less too young.
But the plot starts to make more sense of that underworld of 4 layers, and it's very creative because it's part of a wager. So again, like I said, it's like the final reveal helps in some ways to kind of iron out some of that historical mismatch that we had issue with.
And then, you know, this doesn't... Right. It doesn't totally deal with them, because this whole framework of, oh, decline and replacement is, yikes. I go so far as to even say it's, like, ideologically troubling in, you know, 2022.
Yeah, it sort of assumes every culture's going to be sort of colonialist power. But
Edward Gibbon would be very pleased with this, but also given the ways in which, you know, modern culture conflates culture, race, etc., and the language of replacement around culture being used explicitly as white supremacist talking points, I don't love the game adopting it here, as it turns out. Especially a game that otherwise has done the thing really well of making its world and its narrative really difficult to appropriate.
True, although I think that, again, if you sort of tie it down to, like, certain aspects of Roman civilization, it did very much pander to that kind of idea of cultural superiority.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think that justifies it in any sense of the word, and I don't subscribe to it in any sense of the word, but it's interesting that the game then reads that back onto every civilization that comes after
Correct.
the others.
Exactly, right. I agree with you. It's totally a historical thing for Romans obsessed with Romanitas to be viewing them, positioning themselves in this way. It's specifically the universalization of that that's striking me as uncomfortable.
Especially because when you start to try and pin it down to other... I mean, I can't speak at all for Egypt and Sumer because I'm not an expert in those areas, but at least in terms of the Greeks, I mean, what do we mean, the Greeks? I mean, do we mean Athens? Do we mean Sparta? Do we mean Alexander the Great?
And I mean, both of those positioning themselves as the greatest thing ever checks out.
I mean, but again, none of that are... I mean, at least Rome, you could say, even in its republican form, was very much a sort of expansionist, militarized state that was also taking culture with it, and then people were adopting it in order to get the benefits of the empire. So you could sort of feel... It feels right to sort of view Rome through that lens at times, but the Greeks just don't have the same kind of history to draw on there, and I'm not sure about the others, but
yeah, I mean, certainly, right, I would think of, say, like, New Kingdom, like Ramses III, talking about his defeat of the Sea Peoples, positioning, right, Egypt as a bastion against quote-unquote otherness. As a thing that exists at some times for certain sets of the population in some places. That's a lot of caveats.
Yeah, exactly.
It was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver. A rare
what I do like here, and again it's a bit like Assassin's Creed, is where it adopts Greek myth.
Yes.
In this case, kind of a multi-layered Greco-Roman Egypt sort of Mesopotamian layer of myth to tell a new story. So it stepped out of that, okay, we'll get you back into the history and let you explore it, and more into the kind of God of War territory, right? That it's sort of, the end of the game moves very much in that direction, and uses mythology as inspiration to tell a new story.
Yeah.
As myths do, to try and make sense of a phenomena. This game uses Greco-Roman mythology to make sense of a fictionalized phenomena, the Golden Rule.
Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind would have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock.
Also, this is a thing Rome wouldn't care about at all, but it assumes we care about. So, right, well, we'll critique it in this regard, and I think justly. I don't highlight, even at this stage, right, they're navigating that, like, interplay between Roman perspectives, modern perspectives, and the question of what's important to whom.
Yeah.
Really carefully.
That's a really nice thing, yeah, what matters to whom, that is a really good way of thinking about it. About that dialogue point. You're not having an equal dialogue there, are you, at all? I mean, you're having a completely structured dialogue.
To be rid of him,
yes.
I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased
Gilgamesh? That's Gilgamesh.
But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing,
Called it.
which came to be known as
You hammer us, where are you?
distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place, in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning. In a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and
Now, calling a Trojan a Greek. Where's Odysseus?
Where's Odysseus? Where is he?
Yes. Also, calling a Trojan a Greek feels like an insult.
Your kind has always told each other stories about
Also, context for the Aeneid is that it is very, very, very deliberately a construction by Virgil in the 1st century, and as far as I know, does not have a deep oral tradition behind it. It's like a very learned piece of work. So, referencing Aeneas among this list, is that someone who has an actual oral tradition?
I think, but this is where it's interesting what they choose to admit, and I think it's because they're really heavily investing in this idea of underworld, and Aeneas goes to the underworld, whereas Odysseus doesn't.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. And so they're drawing on traditions that specifically pick up on that.
Yeah.
Rather than trying to carve a kind of continuity between depictions of the underworld.
Yeah, that's fair. It's funky though, because it's a thing I've noticed is there's like the first layer of mythological analysis is you go, okay, these are just stories, We need to learn a bit more about them, start to understand them maybe, and the first step is almost always, well, what if they're real? What if they're based in something real? And then you have to point out, hey, Loki and Prometheus literally are like 4,000 years apart in their attestations. Hang on a moment. You can't look at Bronze Age trade networks to understand the resonances between these stories, much less assume that these stories are literally true in some way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think that But it's what it's doing here is picking up on that tradition where certain people saw myth as doing that.
Yes.
Saw myth as having a great, which was an ancient concept, as we've just been talking about. So I think it's fair to receive that.
Exactly.
In a kind of earnest way, because that's what the game is doing with its fictional side of things. It's literally having the gods as real.
Yeah, and I like that comment. because I will say, even in this part, right, I'm not getting a sense of that there's a cynicism behind this. It is being very earnest in its adopting of a specific, outdated, sometimes troubling historiography. But it's doing it it's committing to it, and it's not doing this as like a, aha, gotcha, so much as a, how do we escalate the stakes further?
Exactly, and I think you could almost sort of, if you think about it as kind of layers of narrative, like they've done layers of Underworld, there's the outer layer, which is just this fictional story that kind of is the underpinning for the plot. But actually, because of the richness of the game world, it's almost immaterial. I don't feel the two are. You could enjoy both for different reasons.
Yeah.
There were also
Yeah.
gods who, like me, have been known by many names.
Uh-huh.
But perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Proserpine.
Weirdly, the only one of the who's not an Olympian mentioned there. Shoutouts to the many thousands of local cult-like deities, and also the, the ancestral spirits that we've seen throughout being referenced. Shoutouts to all of them.
What about the emperors?
Also, yeah.
Geniuses?
Also, yeah. The deified Augustus.
Yeah, just where is he? The Roman religion is just much more wacky, but I think they've kind of gone very much heavily on the sort of Greco side of the pantheon here.
They have,
and because it's sort of it's
checks
easier
out.
to, yeah.
It's the ones that Hilda Ellis Davidson and Robert Graves made all their definitely real, definitely drawn from primary sources or stories about.
My story is many thousands of years long.
Mm-hmm.
You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know? My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind.
Uh-huh.
In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
Now I see your true form. That's a mistake. I'm not dumb. Now I know my mythology.
Even there, it's getting into the Semele and the birth of Dionysus.
Exactly. Also, yeah, I guess that is the clearest case of just bully Zeus into turning into things that will destroy you.
This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks,
And also Isis to the Romans. Wait.
or perhaps you would know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and
It has to admit the systems that don't fit the narrative it wants to
Yeah. Absolutely.
This lingers too long. That is my servant.
Hello, Karen.
You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians.
There's a wonderful dialogue we've somehow missed, and I can't remember how you get it, but where you talk to the priestess of the Vestal, and you talk about Karen, because it's Karen for the modern person, and you're like, so like the dialogue, somebody like, do you not like her? And the dialogue option for you is like, yeah, because of all the memes.
We'll talk more later.
Karen memes. I was just like, oh my god, the game just went there.
Incredible. Okay. I mean, let's ask it, because I can throw for content.
No. Long ago I
Hey! Better than getting bullied and just dying.
As long as we remain among your kind, I must honor that.
Okay.
As you wish. That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
Well, that's clearly is the how to move the story forward. What do we consider a sin?
That is a story dating back to the very first wave.
Uh-huh.
After the Sumerians finished Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife. Prestigious position, power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, two were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces.
It's very much like a story from Herodotus.
This does sound like it.
Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat where she broke her neck.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Barry Mike. That was a great way. That was a great way to get yourself Midas.
I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana. I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough. The entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them and all
It gets very biblical there.
It does.
Kind of with the Epic of Gilgamesh as well.
Absolutely.
Kind of wiping clean of the world because of sin.
Yep. I mean, this is. I mean, another case where we have, you know, this ancient god being perceived of, interpreted as particularly godlike way.
Yeah, although it was also
in
the
the
flood
terms
myth.
of the Old Testament Christian God.
Yeah, although I suppose again that has parallels in the Greco mythological cycle with the god of Deucalion and
Absolutely.
there's again sort of lots of parallels being wrapped into one here.
There are.
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. Consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin.
Really, the other artifacts are going to be DLCs.
As my collection of golden stones grew, I chose the most ferocious among them and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
Alright.
I am able to commune with all the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask? Then what an odd question.
Yeah. What do we consider a sin?
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms.
It is literally the golden rule.
The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious.
If you think about this sort of philosophical question of Is it entirely culturally contingent? Because do to others as you do unto yourself was born in a world where slavery was the norm.
Yes.
So it's not exactly universal in many ways. I mean, it's nice to think of it as so, but I think that you get into, as soon as you add the historical context in, it gets very messy.
It gets extremely messy, and I mean, I feel like both of this one, I need to be really careful, I think, because for plot-wise, I don't think we can just try to accuse him of being, like, a hypocrite. I think he won't take kindly to that, because he'll be like, well, yeah, but I'm the judge.
Equally, I think, think it through. It's quite interesting to consider whether you might be able to convince him that the rule is not being applied evenly.
Exactly. Right, applying it evenly is a different question from, turning people to... I don't think you want me to shoot you right now and turn you into gold. So why were you doing that to other people? Right, those are two different things.
Yes, it's the tyrant aspect coming into play.
Exactly.
For you, perhaps.
Okay.
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? Or are you going to
Nice.
some? The midwife and the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people.
Yep.
Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them?
You just unpeople the people, and then it's fine.
Exactly, so you open a whole othering possibility.
Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. The literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language.
Fair enough.
Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? The merchant. How is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what you expect from others. And he will be quite
I mean, it is Theseus, that's valid.
Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person...
So the opposite is it has to be both literal, but it's also speculative.
Yes.
Now tell me, what others... Abduction? You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter and his sister, I take it. He did so because she sought to escape. A sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escape, albeit...
But that's not even the law at all. That's not even the rule at all.
This entire city
Nope.
to punish her. Wouldn't you agree? Supposing... Now tell
The trick is, though,
You speak of the moneylender. And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30... Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. I'm curious.
Yes, the god clearly thinks... Yep.
I see. And how long might it take...
I like how the modern gets really thrown in here now.
Yes.
I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years. Supposing you're right.
I like that becomes the conclusion to all of the...
Now tell me,
Exactly. Now, this is doing to self, so that doesn't break the rules. None of these actually solve the problem. Right, he will logic his way out of all of these. So I just need to say I heard enough. Because none of these sins, right?
the tavern. I disagree. Having watched that,
Once again, we're just speculating.
applying this rule always.
Yep.
Not if we're wise enough to know the mind.
Oh.
Then you have to become...
Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should
yeah, I think there is no...
Now tell me, do you honestly think you could do better? I should strike you down for that. Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as
No, you don't.
warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you
Thank you, Nurgle.
bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves.
Mhm.
And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives.
Yep, knew he'd say that.
No, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
Exactly what a tyrant would say.
Yeah, so I think there isn't an way out here.
Very well.
I think there isn't, right? I mean, this is the easy way out. But, right?
There is a dialogue way out.
Yeah, exactly, right?
That is merely the name your people.
Just have to go to let's talk about something else.
Okay.
Therefore, it can...
Yep.
Now tell...
Yes, yes.
Do you... I should... Now...
Talk about something else. Because what else do I have?
All the questions.
Yeah.
Then now it is time
Oh, I have to be reckoned with.
Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my
Gotcha. We did just have to, like, move on. Okay.
When I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist.
Oh, well, we're going hard meta.
How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
Have us believe that my servant merely forgot bringing you here.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of something powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
You cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments...
Now we're into the endgame. Alright.
Yeah.
So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule?
Corrupting the city and ensuring you'll never win the wager. Interesting. I think that's the best.
To me, was the most. Yeah.
That's the most
powerful option for me.
Exactly.
You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up.
It gets the heart of his hubris.
Yes. Gotcha. All of these are good options.
True. I have witnessed him doing that. I admit, I have grown disturbed watching them. His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot better than that.
Ha. I will probably need to confront Sentius first. Because Sentius.
Maybe Rufus as well.
I need all of them. I need all 5 of them.
That is a very serious accusation, mortal.
And
what sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it?
Interesting.
Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively.
Okay.
The Roman... Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their...
I know people who do.
Argument.
Exactly.
Of course not. My love for her does not mean I am not superior, now that she is mortal. Bah. For a moment,
Uh-huh.
That is a very serious... I am well aware of the story told by the Greeks and Romans. It is entirely unfair. My love was dying.
Uh-huh.
I intervened the only way I could to save her life. What would you have done? It was an act of rebellion against the others. She knew I wanted to
Do you know that? Do you know that?
I did, because I loved her. I love her still. Accordingly, I reject your argument.
Okay. There's nothing I can do. I don't have quite all the details.
I see what you are doing. You have no...
I don't think I can do this right now, so either I throw, or I have to go back and do 2 more things.
Yes, it's interesting. I think there are more options.
Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon?
Okay, and that tells you that.
How dare you threaten her? This ends now.
The many shall suffer for the
Yep.
sins of the one.
Alright, we gotta get out of here then, because that's the only option we had. Because I've got the crown now, so it's kind of whatever.
I might have to head off. It's
Exactly. We are going to
pretty
reset,
late
I'm
then.
going to run in, I'm going to throw the crown at him, and then we shall call it a night. But yes, if you need to get going, please certainly feel free to do so. I know it is late, I thought I would not fail.
No, I think it was agonizingly close because
Exactly.
maybe only one other option to convince him.
Yeah, I was so close. Oh well. So be it. Hello? Open? Thank you for just not opening, game. Or, oh wait, did it open it into... Did it open it into... So it shoved me into a corner? Oh. Love the jank. Love the game jank. Anyway. Chat, let's give a very, very warm thank you to Richard for joining us. Hey, we're back out here.
I think you'll pre the conversation with him.
Exactly. Which is great. So I'm going to actually then take the advantage of this to finish up, but it's been so wonderful to have you around. We have
It's been a pleasure.
We have covered a lot of ground on a lot of subjects, from, you know, your own research into the the philosophy of history underpinning the game, to the portrayals of diversity that make up a huge part of this game.
Yeah, and what makes this game really unique. And I really enjoyed discussing it. And I think we've covered the end game already. You'll see through the extra bits what you can do. But I really like the dialogue fights and how that really makes you work hard with the characters to understand their lives, understand their nuances in order to make those bigger ethical decisions and to sort of make that argument against Hades. I'd love to know what you think about the final end game when you get to it.
I'll be sure to let you know, but
it's full of emotional reward.
Good, as it should have.
Anyway, I will bid you all a very good night.
Yes.
And yes, enjoy the rest of the stream.
Thank you so much. Have a good night, friend.
Bye.
Alright, chat, we gotta fix our cameras, and then we shall resume. Because we aren't quite done yet. We're close, but we're not quite there yet. Top is going to be now 700. Nope, too far. Is that so 500? There we go. Beautiful. We are not done yet, Barry Mike. We are finishing up the game. We are very, very close. But
I hear. Nice to talk.
okay. Actually, maybe I can just talk straight to Rufius now, because I know he's one of the options. Ah, we're so close. I can't believe I lost it at the last moment. That was so sad.
Name's Rufius. No ideal. Yeah? Prove it.
Salve.
Oh, okay, we need to prove someone else.
See you around.
What else can we do to prove that it was Rufius? Because we know it was someone in armor. That leaves only a couple options, Domitius and Horatius. Horatius, what do you have?
What is it, citizen? What? Absolutely not. I know someone.
Yes, Peter, I would like to know, because we do need to finish up this stream.
But I can assure you.
If I ask the question...
Alright.
Right, because just bluffing at them isn't going to do anything.
Unless any new challenges are not
In the tavern. Gotcha, thank you. You can just say tavern, by the way. That would be sufficient in this case, but yes. I appreciate it. Right, guidance is always fine, spoilers are not. Right, it's just navigating the difference between the two. Because this is Galerius' room. Model Arena suggests this is Domitius' room. Dice Tower suggests that this is Decius' room. And this is out of the tavern again, isn't it? So second floor, where are you at? Surgical tools, okay. Livia's chest. And Urbrak. Bottle. Lulares. And who... That's... Okay, seriously, where is everyone's... Where's this other... Because that's not his room. That's Navia. That's Livia. This is like it's all the...
You, Sisyphus, attack or pursue the
This is Horatius's, I assume. Yeah. Up here? There's simply not that many. Carving of a lion. Neat. So this is Kavash's. Well, this is, I would believe, the technical term is unoccupied. And This is your final warning, sinner. Rufius. Uh-huh. There it is. Got it. Why the heck, when everyone is around,
Don't believe a word they tell
when, at this moment where there's just like, all these buildings, so many buildings, why is everyone living in the same tavern? That feels like a bad idea. Yes, yes, yes.
No, look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism.
Alright. Chat, the other thing is, do I have to confront Sentius at all?
Then the pain starts
Is that necessary?
mess with your head. Makes you angry. Mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted.
Well, this is important. Also, why did my... Oh. Incredible. Apologies, chat. I will be back in a moment. It disconnected me. Watch this. I have a great call. I have a great tool. Boom. I exist again. Well, well, well.
Lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up.
I mean...
That's quite an impressive
Don't believe a word.
The trick is, I don't know if we confront him, is he going to get desperate and like force us to act?
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
We're finally alone. We have? I must have interrupted. Is that about right? Seems right. If I did, I'd have led these people out of here already. Of course. What is it?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay.
Why the... It looks like you'll... I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts.
Uh-huh.
I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people.
Uh-huh.
Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome.
Okay.
If the gods what they... The real empire...
So,
Thank
my suspicion is actually that we don't have to do this at all. Because...
On your best behavior, I trust.
Wow.
Are they?
What happens if we go up
Be
here?
careful who you trust.
Boing. Hello. Go up here, we have the key. We can do this. We can go around here. Enter this. This finds out that... This lets us find out that this is this. Puts me in here.
What? It's no...
Yep. Because I think Sentius will break if we do this. And breaking is not in our best interest. Right? I feel like this is not in our best interest. The important thing, Chad, is does this result in, like, any sort of game... Oh, there was one right there. I suppose the bigger question is, does this result in us meeting a, like, ending condition? Because I don't want to get the wrong ending here, not after I've come so far. After I've come so far, I really don't want to get the wrong ending here. And I don't know if it will make it happen or not. The only thing I can even vaguely trust is that he's too paranoid. Right, he knows he can't hurt me or himself. Because golden rule. Mostly just goes, okay.
I hope you have a good reason for... Ah, you've returned. Me? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything.
Fair enough.
You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident,
Fair enough.
I don't know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his...
Oh, come on. We've only compromised a couple times.
Fatal flaw. He relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 6 times?
Hey, they keep track.
Most impressive.
They keep track.
And yet everything you've done has been in vain, because there's no escape, except the path that Al took. The
Wow.
path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping.
Gotcha.
And as long as this day keeps repeating itself,
I like this too. This is narratively very satisfying.
and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death.
Okay.
I have become in it. And why would I... Ugh, you and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about your opinions,
Ha.
what happens, where you're from. Least of all, me. Understand that to me, you've never been anything.
Yeah.
I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die like Al did. What are you going to do? Now get out.
Okay. Fair enough. I find myself unbothered. I find myself, broadly speaking, unbothered because I happen to know all of the secrets. Because I actually kind of love that the political figure in the game I think has really mapped it all out perfectly, except underestimating one person.
I hope you're coping.
And that is one of the most powerful political religious figures in Rome. Right? The Vestal Priestess, I think, is the only one that he has properly, like, misjudged. Which is incredible. Oh, they're just all open now. Fair enough. Alright, she's the one who figures it out, who figures out the obelisk is key, and gives us the task. So, that's neat. Right, I think that is extremely neat that, they are representing that very slight tension between the political powers and the religious powers in that way. Very, very careful. Uh-huh.
Good. Only not Carol.
If that is true.
How did you come?
Yep.
I tread like
Uh-huh.
Why? If you so.
What? What? Where's the dialogue option? Where's the dialogue option?
That is a very let me up to you in where to in which time we because that is the source of our power.
Amazing. Alright, then.
The many shall
We'll just die, we'll reload, we'll do it right. Because I did get a save just now, so it's kind of whatever. That is dumb. Right, that is dumb that they lock you out if you're not asking the right questions because you've already done the loop. Oh wow. So if it didn't autosave through that whole time, then we definitely don't need to talk to Sentius. We definitely do not need to talk to Sentius if that is... does not create a save. But we have the crown. You misunderstand. This is the second time we've done this. Right. Right, the game should check if we have the crown. Right, that's the thing. Just because it happened in a very scuffed way the first time. Right, this is my second loop. And there's... Also, right, it knows, right, the game knows 100% that I that I have done this before. Right, we have been able to identify that for ages in games. There's no real reason for them to be...
Allow me to. That is... This should be the Greek, the Roman... I've taken... Now the merchant. I did. Now tell. I did. Now tell. You speak.
Okay.
Abduction. He did better than. Now.
Basically, I have to have get this dialogue. Right.
I should strike. Now.
There.
Good. Oh, Carol.
There we go. Now we are back in it.
If you so.
What? What? Excuse me? What do you mean? How much dialogue does it need? How much dialogue does it need?
Suffer for the sins of the one.
This is frustrating because it is not transparent what checks are doing this. Right? It is not transparent in the slightest. What? Seriously. So I have to learn about the wager. And I have to know that the rule is subjective. That is not good keeping track of your checks, right? If it is asking that much complication, I can almost understand it in that it doesn't want people to just speed through. But if you've been playing the game where you actually pay attention to people anyway, then you're going to pay attention to people on the first time through anyway. And so, right, not having a generous set of flags to be able to identify what someone needs is, in my opinion, I don't think good design. Right, because I kind of get it. I kind of get it in that you need to know, firstly, that there is a wager, and second, that the golden rule is not a good way of applying it. But we've had the ability for games to check through saves for literally 20 years.
And here you are.
Right? That is my point, Peter.
And what is there first?
No, that's not helpful. What is this place?
That you see.
Apologies if you actually cared about seeing this again. I super don't. I super do not care about this. Hooray.
Of course. That is. Bishop Egypt agreed, even it is. In. Do you play? Now. Now tell me. The rule therefore. Now Not. Now tell.
I've heard enough. I get that dialogue option.
I should. Now.
Uh-huh. Story time, story time, story time, story time. And... Okay.
Good. And now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems...
And, by the way, here's the other fun part. I mean, I'm sure this is to stop saves coming, but you can't save the moment you walk into this room.
I see only a blank. Carol. How did... In the... Why? If you... So...
There.
How so? And be specific.
Fine.
True.
We have made it. But yes, right, we have had...
He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. I admit, I have grown disturbed watching him. His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. If you're right,
Hooray.
it has corrupted the very thing I sought to observe impartially. But if I were to accept that, are you telling me these humans could coexist peacefully, without theft or violence, without my law? How so? And how is that working for you? So you say, and yet your world is still imperfect. You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is
Hey, look, we just parroted the other guy's thoughts. He just gave us the answer, that utopia always comes from team.
Servada's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I
Uh-huh.
could never win. Why would he do that?
Well, why would he make something?
Perhaps. But if that was so, surely I would have sensed his deception. How could I have been so blind for so long? Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time.
Yay, we did it.
Deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done,
Yeah.
I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Because doing so would violate the rules of my sacred agreement with Jupiter, and you would receive a hostile reception. The best I can do is return you to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from
Indeed.
the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural.
This is predicted.
Now, are you ready? Farewell, mortal.
And cutscene. Ooh, we're going through the Doctor Who portal differently. Whoa. Hooray! Create a time paradox. Hey Al, how you doing?
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Know who you are. I barely remember how I got here myself. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time.
There's a little bit more Stargate portal, you are correct.
It is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years.
Let's go. Archaeologist hype.
For us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold.
Spooky.
With the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, One day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience, and the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered.
Galerius, my bestie.
Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
These Romans are crazy.
I don't know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
These Romans be crazy, chat. I have no idea what happened.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
Alright. So, who is the person? Who's Karen? Karen? It is very pretty. Have to admit, it is extremely pretty.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Ah, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Yeah.
Ah, I see. I thought you might.
Yeah, about that.
Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Caron, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
Okay.
That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is
I like the
because they
dragonflies.
suffered
The dragonflies in the back are
terrible
lovely.
trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know? As you wish.
Well,
You were murdered.
rip.
You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache
Ha.
of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants
Well,
were armed,
based Al.
and you
Absolutely based Al.
There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin called Charon's Opal.
That makes sense, Peter. That would be weird for a, spy to be in an ancient tomb.
It means I am now bereft of purpose. is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and find them here. It means I am now bereft of purpose.
Okay.
There is nobody else
Yes.
to ferry. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Spooky.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
Boo.
Are you ready to go home?
Boo. Last line of dialogue is a pun. Oh yeah, now we're in the museum. Private member wing. Yeah, that's not how museums work.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about
Hail Hydrate.
Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet. And I found something strange.
Yep.
I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to
Our
see
theories
this
are
yourself.
super
Why
nonsense.
don't you head on down there?
Yeah.
I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Our theories are like giga nonsense. So, you know, that's not really our fault. Hey! It's the gang. It's the gang.
You're finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world.
Going to bust out the ethics guidelines? I don't think I need the icon ethics guidelines for this one.
She returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life. Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night.
Yay, time buddies.
My own man.
And a spicy take.
I wouldn't change it for the world. I know. I can't believe my luck either.
So,
but we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If
adorable.
you're around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance.
I mean, that's a bit odd for a Vestal priest as to, you know, not. But that's fine. You know, my spicy take is that, generally speaking, I don't necessarily love when...
It's you.
Oh, hello.
I don't love when museums turn their, whole... or when games turn their asset libraries into museums. It's interesting, but they're kind of funky.
Oh, hello.
There he is.
You're here.
Broadly speaking, I find it to be a bit pandering-y of we ascribe such significance to our own objects, to our own constructions, that we are going to make a museum to our own work for you to show off. Right, it can feel a bit pandering-y. The ice cold take is that it does not feel pandering in this case. It is, where else would you end a narrative about the past than in a museum?
As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels
Wait. No, the neo-pagan community... The neo-pagan community would love to have a bona fide. A bona fide
it's sweet of you.
reality.
She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself. See you at the wedding, I hope.
Adorable. Hello, Dooley.
Hello, I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't know.
Hey, I see that reference.
Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box.
Unlike Assassin's Creed, the moral of the story is enlightened atheism with aliens. I mean... I feel like it's the... I feel like it's kind of the inevitable conclusion. It's not just an Assassin's Creed thing. Right, Stargate has the same thing. But right, right, things at some point, when you say, hey, guess what, we have, a very... We have aliens as our gods, which is great. It's kind of an inevitable conclusion that, right, there's a crisis of faith that comes with that results in the death of the gods, question mark. Hello, Harry.
Good to see you again. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life. And reuniting Attila with us as well.
Right, that is...
So...
It's far more than just Assassin's Creed, like, Stargate has the exact same thing.
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed
you know.
But some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying...
Clausewitz, please!
Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking.
What did the Christians think of this time? Oh, that's a super interesting question. Let's go bug them.
Aren't our masters,
Well,
our guides.
we'll just have to bug them.
And you. Farewell.
Hey. I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming.
Uh-huh.
Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard.
Yeah.
But after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time.
Yeah.
But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important...
I've got a feeling he's the...
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians.
Well, some things never change.
He's still there.
Yep.
All alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time.
Rolled.
Eternal torment. Just what he deserves,
Absolutely
if you
rolled.
ask me. You too. See you around.
How y'all doing? Helia? Lucretia? Hey look, it's the Apollo Belvedere. So, the posing on this statue is, well, the face is wrong. The posing on it is a 1st century Roman statue known as the Apollo Belvedere, which was held up in the 18th and 19th century as the finest example of Roman statuary ever. And, you know, had some unfortunate spin-off effects. I mean, there's been a year. Agalias, they've been here a year. They may have learned.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone.
Yeah, that's true.
Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So I'm studying to get into medical
Nice.
school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone...
You got a lot of catching up to do, I hate to say it.
When it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just...
Also, that's a lot of schooling for residency.
You too. Don't be a stranger.
Yay, I know nothing about you apart from the fact that you almost died. Oh my goodness. He looks exactly like I hoped he would.
I take it you're the oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. We have. I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city.
Philip?
And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around.
Incredible.
My sincere thanks.
Zikinit, yes. So this is the Forgotten City. We are obviously at the very, very, very end of it.
Hello. Magnificent museum, is it not?
Well, he's looking great. I love him. But yes, this was set in the 1st century. Every time. I can't leave you anywhere. I can't leave him anywhere. But yeah, most of the game was set in 1st century Rome.
Hey.
With, you know, oh yes. That sounds fine. Talking to Ulila to know what happened to the horrible people. Good. I suppose that makes sense too. Malleolus and crew should also probably went kaput. But yes. Shenanigans happened. I will not spoil the game if you have not watched it. It's worth going back to the VODs, watching it live, or getting it yourself. But this is a game that started as a Skyrim mod, and then was remade into a full-fledged historical game, with settings primarily in 1st century CE, fictionalized Roman city. And as the game is saying, we may have wound up by talking Hades to death. We may have talked Hades to death. Deal with that information what you will.
You're the Oracle, right? Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
Yep.
Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with
Aww.
my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English.
Aw,
at
adorable.
Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times
Adorable.
bigger than the Roman Empire.
Peter, you forgot to mention the wholesome lesbian content.
And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus. But
Once
much
again,
more
happy
fun.
Pride Chat.
Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to
Hooray.
a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine,
Yikes.
trying to drink herself back to the underworld.
Huh.
After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense
This
of
is a game with a lot of dialogue, Zicknet. If you like having really fleshed out characters,
Thank you. You're very kind.
This does it.
Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck. Really? Huh. I feel better already.
Incredible.
Thank you.
Rolled.
You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there. I hope so.
Incredible.
Hey.
We love that for...
Hello.
How did you get out of this okay?
Some soiree, innit?
Good evening. Greetings.
You look well.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the
True, I could ruin Decius's day.
I imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a
True,
while.
I could just troll him.
At least until I'm well enough to be.
You know what he reminds me of? He
And you. Farewell, friend.
he looks like Brian David Gilbert's Sim from that one Unraveled.
Oh, hello. Lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the Knights first. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary.
Yep,
And
we are extraordinary. Thank you.
I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor.
Aw.
After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life,
Oops.
I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
Aw.
Thank you. That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out to drink
adorable.
after this, if you'd like to join us. Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
Hey, Decius.
Hello at last. You must be the oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Decius. Listen,
Hi.
I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did.
He black market.
I'd never
Aw.
seen all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you. Such a acerbic wit. I love it. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started...
Please tell me he sold them to a museum and not black market.
In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. You being the oracle and future
Oh.
seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend? Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Decius. I won't take no for an answer.
DVD rental, Blockbuster, gonna make a comeback 2022, I feel it.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm gonna make a
Blockbuster 2023. Come on, if we memed Dogecoin to the moon, we can bring back Blockbuster.
Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Hello, Khabash. How are you sounding?
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle. You know my name. Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer...
Yeah, but see, the problem paradoxically, or paradoxical, is that, This was in 2021. This game released in 2021 when Bitcoin was high. Yeah, well, the crash was predictable. You'd hate to be wrong with that.
For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman. And I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack.
Of course he did.
It is a
Kavash.
great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife.
Oh, wait. Am I older than him?
I think it is time I had some.
Oh no. Oh no. Chat. Chat, I'm older than him.
Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Hi. Hello. Good to see you. I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for telling Galerius how to treat my rheumatism.
Uh-huh.
I probably would have lost my mind if it wasn't for that willow bark. Although I think your people have a different name for it. Aspirin, I believe. Thank you. Really. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam.
Aww.
Not far from where he grew up.
Aww.
It's very
adorable.
Modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time. Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world.
We did do provable things. Also, you know, Kosek, you make a good final point on the history side, is that belief, like, belief in the gods up topside, and belief in a much more localized level of various spirits, right? In Oracle in this case, but more generally speaking, just like small level local spirits that have like immediate impacts are not contradictory terms.
We meet again, my friend. I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there, and for helping Rufus come to terms with himself.
Aww,
He may come off a little gruff,
adorable.
but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam, just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets.
See,
full of
again,
educated,
another thing I love
people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
Oh yes, you too.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name.
Yes.
After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me.
Mhm.
That monster got what was coming to
Yes.
me. Don't worry, nobody did. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria.
Aw.
It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be.
Aw.
I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine. Thanks. You too.
So, right, apart from all the queer rap in this game, of which there is a lot, and I love every bit of it, the other tiny thing I do love it, right, the nameplates change the moment they tell you their new name. No dead naming people. Right, dead names aren't a thing.
Finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope?
Aww.
Missed out on all of this. So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way. Sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now. And watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier. Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you. You too.
Adorable squad. They're all adorable. We wish only good things for them. All must walk this path where the laws of day help the virtuous to paradise in this city beneath the earth. The ravenous hunger of the avaricious is sated at the banks of the stream, but in vain, for none from here may return. Christian carvings, got 'em. All the things that, all the little details that they made. Just point the whole thing in, why don't you? The thinker? Well, did Decius steal all of these? Is that what happened? Did Decius steal all of these? Is he that kind of guy? Of course he's that kind of guy. What am I talking about?
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Aww.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long,
Aww.
long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. And now, a regular.
I mean, there really was
I
no...
wanted to meet you in person. And thank you for freeing all these people. And me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
Anyway, right, it's totally fitting that this is, ending in a museum, because
I may have given up my
what better represents this interplay between present and past than the material cultural heritage place?
Over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld.
Aww.
Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again.
Right, it is a nice juxtaposition. But yeah, right, as much as there are issues with museums and the broader cultural heritage industry, I work at one, I know, it is a really fitting ending point, right, for the spot of interpretation, education, and in some cases, at some times, for some museums, reconstruction, being the place where this game that does all of those things concludes.
And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues?
I guess what, are they the people down there?
Good. because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned,
Yep,
none can
it's the whole gang.
special than you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas make me proud.
Oh god, is that us? Oh no, that's us. In the center. Oh, that's dumb. Don't make us. Ending 404. Yep. Yep. So, this was the Forgotten City chat. Big shouts to Modern Storyteller, Nick Pierce, for that. Because, right, again, what this game does super well is it does those things really well. Ending now with a pun, but with a cringy statue of ourselves. You know, that might be worse. You're not wrong. Paradoxical, you're not wrong, that might be worse. But yeah, right, when this game is at its best, it is nailing it. It portrays this microcosm of first century Roman society extremely well and extremely interestingly, and in ways that do things I want historical games to do. Right? Most importantly, be unfriendly to white supremacists with all the adorable queer rep and all of the racial and ethnic diversity, and all of these things that are absolutely historical to the Empire, right? Absolutely historical to pre-modernity broadly and Rome specifically, and doing that basically sands off the bits that white supremacists like to cling to. And so representing that is super good. And so even when it is at its weakest, when it presents very things that look like problematic narratives about ancient aliens and other pseudo-archaeology, the rest of it is definitely redeems it. Right? As a history game, this is 100% worth doing. So, well done. Well done to it. And it's one of those games that is theoretically super interesting, right? I don't agree with every decision they made. I don't think every decision they made was a particularly good one. I don't love the Ancient Aliens plot, though it was fairly inevitable. But the good on this far outweighs the bad. The good on this absolutely, undoubtedly outweighs the bad stuff. And so it's worth it, right? If you haven't gotten this game, definitely worth picking up. Definitely worth exploring some of the other endings and other dialogue options yourself. And yeah, as a historian, right, I want more games to take cues from this in how they write people and the way that they use people to embody certain aspects of and certain facets of a historical society. Don't have singles stand in for literally everybody, like they did with Chabash, but have single people represent facets, and have those facets interplay with each other and have relationships, and for it all to matter, and have that mattering reflect an earnest and progressive understanding of the past. Because that's what it's there for, right? Ultimately, part of why we study the past is because it benefits the present. And if we're not telling stories that benefit the present, then, like, what are we doing? So, additionally, big thanks to Richard Cole for joining us. Like, it was incredible to have him around. Sad he couldn't make it the whole time, but c'est la vie, right? Also, thanks to our patrons who make this possible, and if you want to join them, do head over to patreon.com/LudoHistory. Otherwise, follow, make sure you've joined the Discord, all that jazz. Because, well, we might be back tomorrow. They're doing work on my roof. They're doing work on my ceiling. So we'll see if people are around tomorrow, or if they're doing work tomorrow. If they are not doing work tomorrow, we're going to be live at about noon Eastern Time to go over, just talk about all the games news coming out over the last days. Check out the Steam Next Fest and all of that. So, I am very excited. We've had a crazy amount of history games announced in not legally not E3 thus far. But we may check out some of the Steam Next Fest demos, all that stuff too. So I hope you will join me for that. We're just going to chat for a couple hours. But just stay tuned. And yeah, I'll catch you next time. Have a good night, everyone. This was lovely.